Yeah, no worries. I'll start recapping. Okay, so also let me know if things start echoing because I do have this off of headphones because my ears have been like irritated, so I didn't put them on. But if it does start echoing, let me know and I'll put on earbuds. Okay, so last session we had multiple little finishing of encounters being you guys interacting with or well no. First off, you guys were being attacked by the Horde, and Anala was very much successful in casting the fly spell. The fly spell off of the magical scroll that was sent to you by Raoden after Karhale pleaded with him for some help. You guys were able to cast this on Karhale, and Karhale able to carry Yishma and help get everyone back to safety, or at least out of the Horde's way, as well as being successful in hiding your guys' traces from the Horde if they were trying to track you after the fact. So, you guys rescued Sahal of the Devar family, a young noble girl from a lower noble family, but pretty still up there. And were able to bring her back to the Golden Steel Guild to collect your reward. You did, and were sent to the Koi Lyceum to speak with the lady who had put the job to the guild to rescue Sahal, which ended up being her ex-master, her recent boss that she quit from, who had sent the guild to go save her, basically, after finding out that she didn't make it home safely. So you guys were able to rescue this girl, get that reward. You guys picked up a treasure you were able to pick out a treasure from her collection of different artifacts, including but not limited to a Quagimus teeth, a scroll of enlightenment, stuff like that. And you chose a scrying eye, which Anala now has in her possession, which allows you to cast scry once a day. And so you guys from there spoke with Sahal, learned some different things, set up an appointment with Yasna for a future question and answer session, basically an information giving session with her, going over the questions about one, a general topic, the dark days, what happened back then, two, another general topic, visions affiliated with high storms, just visions in general, and the name Captain Norval, which you guys have heard from in your visions, experienced previously in the campaign. And within 3 days, she will meet up with you guys and give you whatever information she could gather on those topics within that time. You'll be paying for that session, and then plausibly you could set up another one if you need more information from her. You guys were able to help Sahal. Yes?
I had a question on that. So he said that we couldn't ask her our questions now because we hadn't paid yet, but if we paid up front, could we ask our questions first and then she researches them?
More so that you couldn't take up her time right now because she's just busy. And so it was like you had to make an appointment to actually sit down.
To ask the questions. Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
But he was actually, the questions that you gave him, on the note, basically, in the note that he was setting up for her, was going to go to her and she would do research on those subjects over a period.
I just thought it might be helpful for finding specific answers if we could tell her about the visions.
You could possibly try if you want to seek her out and try to talk to her about it personally.
Yeah, I was going to give paying for the answers in advance would help.
Just possible. Wondering. She just seems like very, very New York business of I don't have time for this, stay out of my way unless you have an actually booked appointment kind of thing.
We kind of vibe. 3 things we wanted her to research, so it should be fine.
Yeah. I just thought hearing about the actual visions might aid the research.
Quite possible.
And she seemed interested in visions in general.
Yes. Sahal had mentioned that she's had interest in these visions in the past as well. So it does bode for the idea that there will be interest in what you guys have to say. So after separating from Sahal, after kind of helping Sahal kind of reforge her relationship with the higher scholar there, you guys on the way back end up encountering someone following you who Kanari notices, but not on the ground like has been happening recently, repeatedly, but from the air, which when Kanari climbs up to get closer to this person, and she reads the person's mind, you discover it's Kook. And Kook has been kind of tailing you guys, trying to find out where Nemo is because she hasn't seen him recently. So as you guys trying to cause somewhat of a during that whole encounter, basically, you guys mentioned Nemo's funeral, and her definite surprise brings her down to the ground to speak with Karhal and Nala, who spoke of this, materializing from the darkness, and give or take, you guys are down an alley, kind of making your way back through the city on foot because you guys don't have horses anymore, which will take you guys a good amount of time as a side note. Yeah, R.I.P. the horses. D&D horses are dead horses. But anyway, yeah. So on the way back, you guys, she appears to you and she's like questioning you guys, accosting you about what happened to Nemo. Where is he? You guys are lying. The whole thing, and you guys eventually convinced her that yes, he is dead, and she can't do anything about it. Just get over it. Suck it up. That's life, man. And she's like, well, it's not going to be your life because you guys will be dead, basically.
Okay, there was a little more depth than that.
It's true. Here. What was your last line, Karhale?
More like, it was something along the lines of like, life is pain, Highness. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're selling something type of deal.
Yeah, it was very much like that. Especially the line, what was it? All love ends in death. And she said, yes, it does, but not only Nemo's. And then you guys all rolled initiative. So go ahead. Everybody, please roll initiative. You guys are presently in the middle of this alley. There's multiple different housing units to the left and to the right of you guys. The narrow alley here, it's about 10 feet wide, give or take. She is about a little bit more than 30 feet ahead of you right now, but within 40 feet, definitely within charging distance for Karhale. And, but she is definitely not on the ground all the way. She is floating a little bit. But not that. Yeah.
She may not be on the ground, but she'll soon be in the ground.
She's a little bit hovery at the moment. It's dark, which means everything will be. It is dim lighting right now. The alley you guys are in is not very well lit, but doesn't matter for Kanari. Kanari, you are presently behind Karhale and Nala, at least in the way that things have kind of come up. You came up behind them since you had fallen back to try to keep an eye on her, and she'd flown up and around to kind of circle to the front of them to where you're coming up behind them. So in this alley, we have Anala and Karhale abreast of each other, and then Kanari just right behind. Sahal has separated from you guys earlier, so she is not presently here. But as the three of you guys against this one chick, I'm sure it'll go swimmingly, you know? So what is your initiative?
14.
And 14.
18.
18.
17.
Kanari. 17. Karhale. Okay, so also, side note, what am I saying? Oh, okay, so previously to this, by the way, you guys had been making a lot of noise trying to kind of cover up the sounds of Kanari's climbing a little while ago. To it, you guys had drawn the ire of the neighborhood around you, as well as their ear. So there are people awake presently, even though it's pretty late at night and people are probably bedding down and stuff. You guys had drawn attention to yourselves in the alley previously, and so now there is this, not necessarily people watching you, but you guys have drawn attention once, and if you guys make noise, that is also a possibility of people coming out and seeing what's going on.
Hey, worst case scenario, they call the cops. We're like, hey, this Shaitan chick just it's attacking us for trying to mug us for no reason.
Very true. Okay, so here we go.
Respectable guild members, right?
Respectable, very respectable.
I told you the guild was a good idea.
Okay, so first in the lineup with a 19 is Kook. So as you guys, as she says her last words, kind of hovering in front of you guys, a little bit at a distance here, and she's looking at you guys a little ways away. As she says, all love might end in death, but not only Nemo's. And she pulls out just a little glowing bottle. It's got this diamond cap to it, seemingly. It kind of tell from this distance, but it's shiny in the very dim lighting that you have going on. And she pops the cork and you hear a little, and out tumbles like roiling steam, almost like
Ever smoking bottle.
steam, and then but it's not actually steam, because when it starts to like drift out of the bottle and fall on the ground and start creeping towards you guys, it starts to rise until it's this cold storm that's just like filling up this entire alley and blowing ice towards you guys. So she casts ice storm from a bottle. And this ice storm, as it starts to blow on you guys, and the ice and the cold starts pounding into you guys from the front, it's also like sleet, and then hail as well. So it's like little rocks that are slamming into you guys and shoving you guys back, and shoving you guys backwards in this little alley here. So a hail of rock hard ice pounds to the ground in a 20-foot radius. So it takes up the entire alley, basically. It starts pounding against the sides of the building a little bit. So everybody go ahead and make me a dexterity saving throw. As she's casting this, you can hear her voice echoing in the wind and the sleet and the snow here. But you hear her voice saying, "I loved him, and you will just let him die? How could you? You don't even care. None of you care. I'll make you care." As this is happening. So go ahead. What did you guys get? Dexterity saving throw. Inala, you do have evasion, so does Kanari. So if you fail, you'll still take half, and if you succeed, you take none.
18.
18. Okay.
15 for me.
15. Fail. Karhale, you said 15 as well. Both of you failed, and you guys are going to take
16.
I thought Izzy said 16.
Oh, 16? Still a fail.
Oh, never mind.
Wow.
That's a big. Most bottles are like less than spill. That's a high power bottle.
A 4th level bottle.
Do we have anything like that?
Well, if we did, it blew up with Nemo.
Stupid Nemo. He had all the interesting things and let it all burn with him.
Out of curiosity, Nemo had a Tellurian Ministry medallion. That wouldn't have melted, would it?
You guys, okay, so you who failed passed 22 points of bludgeoning / cold damage.
Okay.
And then you take okay, so as this is going on, you guys have, okay, so then the ice stays. So the storm clears up immediately after it happens, and it slams into you guys, and the clouds that kind of seeped out of the bottle and everything, it disperses into this hot air and everything. But the coolness of the stones, the coolness on the ground still remains, being that all the hail and all the snow that was pushed down against you guys stays in this alley. So now this alley is filled with just stones, ice rocks, and like all the stuff to make it difficult to traverse. So you guys are now under difficult terrain, and you guys are 35 feet from Kook presently.
Okay. Difficult terrain made of earth is not difficult terrain for me. Does this
technically count? This is ice, and water is not earth.
Earth,
worth a shot.
fire,
Yes, it's come in handy multiple times.
Yes,
The first
it
time
has.
it
One
hung.
go. The four
So
nations.
now you guys have.
I've
damage,
never
that
taken
happened.
disadvantage from difficult terrain.
Anala, you did succeed, so you didn't take any damage, by the way.
Okay,
Kanari
that's
only took
better.
half evasion. So now, that was her main action, and with that, she's going to move. You see her start moving upwards. Actually, she moves to float a little bit higher in the alley, so she's kind of like at an angle from you guys, and she goes up as far as she can, which is 30 feet up. So she was 2 feet off the ground initially. Initially, she's about 32 feet up off the ground now, hovering above you guys as she's got as she has flight somehow. You're not sure exactly how, but she has flight presently. So she is floating above you guys. The voice of hers calling down and saying, "You should all just really give up now. I mean, I don't know what you guys can do, but it's nothing compared to what Nemo could do. He could fight me. He could win. But all of you guys are rather useless otherwise. Sorry, but not
Rude.
really." So next in the lineup is Kanari. What would you like to do? So by the way, the walls of this alley do go up higher. They go up about 40 feet up high. So she is still within the limits of the housing, basically.
Okay.
So if someone climbed up, they could reach her. And this alley is only about 10 feet wide, and she's within the mouth of it. So anyone who's on those walls would be close to her, basically.
Then I'm going to go ahead and climb up the wall.
Okay, so you run to where her voice is calling down because she's presently out of your range of sense, but you start to climb up the side of the wall. So go ahead and give me a dexterity check, and this will be at half speed. So whatever your speed is, how far can you get up?
45
She's presently
feet.
2 feet above.
45.
Okay, so
the
you
walls
have
are AC
45.
too?
Are you sorry? Question, clarification at least. Do you run up right below where she's at and then start climbing, or do you start climbing below where you're at?
I'm going to start climbing where I'm at and then across the top. Hopefully that I'm not within the ice storm.
Okay, so you'll start climbing up this way, and you said how many feet would you have to climb?
45.
45. Oh, but wait, even with you can just climb your regular climbing speed.
Well, if it's difficult terrain on the walls, or if it's difficult,
actually, it wouldn't be, but it would be still halved because you're climbing.
Gotcha.
The only person who doesn't have halved when climbing is Anala because she has a class thing.
Next level, I'll have a class thing, but it's fine.
So you start to climb. You guys see Kanari run up to the side of the wall and start to scale it from where the difficult terrain is causing trouble, and so she pulls herself out of where the ice and the sleet is.
Okay, then I will spend a key point to do Step of the Wind and use my dash action.
Okay. So you get 22 feet up. You're still 10 feet below where she's hovering up in this alley, but you'll start going sideways, right? You'll start scaling sideways. What was the dexterity check, by the way?
18.
18. Okay, super smooth. You're going fast. No misplaced hand holds, no misplaced foot holds, and you're starting to scale sideways. There's a word for that in rock climbing, and I can't remember what it's called.
The nerds call it the Calcestis.
What?
We can go with that. That sounds cool.
The cow what?
The Calcestis. From the Star Wars video game, the guy it's about, Calcestis, he runs along the walls quite frequently.
Oh,
the Jedi thing.
Nice Calcestis from Canaria. She starts across. Okay, so you make it still at half speed, going sideways on this the side of this building. So it'll be another 22 feet that you can get. She is presently 35 feet away from you, like down the alley. So she was 35 feet from you guys on the ground kind of thing, and then she went 30 feet up as well. So she's presently like at this diagonal. So you went up 20, you went up 22, and then sideways 22. So now you are presently still 10 feet below where she's at, and about 13 feet away from where she's at.
Okay.
We've never used the Pythagorean theorem in real life.
Right. I will I will spend my action to dash as well because I can't hit her from here, so I might as well get close.
Okay, so you spend your action to dash as well. So you get that last 10 feet to the side and up, climbing up higher to where you're even with her. So do you want to be like right next to her, like in melee, or how far do you want to keep from her?
Can I jump onto her?
Ooh, yeah, totally. Okay, so you get up to her and then you use your remaining movement to leap. You have at least 10, 20 feet of remaining movement, so that's perfect amount to leap to her about 5 feet out in the air. So go ahead and give me a strength check, and this will be contested with hers. But hers is going to be strength or dexterity. She will choose dexterity because in essence this is a grapple. This is what am I saying? This is a grapple check. So athletics for you, and then acrobatics or athletics from her.
Okay. Oof. No.
As you leap on her, and she's like, "Wait, what are you doing? Get away from me! No one can touch me but Nemo."
Oh gosh. 19. I rolled
okay. So as you leap at her and you wrap your long arms and legs around her and everything, she starts to try to shake you off, but it doesn't work. She tries to slip away, but you hang on like holding on to like a slippery eel. She's doing pretty well, but you're just enough to get over her with an athletics check too. That's nice.
All right, so
next will be Karhale. That does conclude your turn, right, Kanari?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, first of all, I'd like to frickin' rage.
Fenella, you're next, by the way. Okay, bonus action rage from Karhale. Describe to us how this looks as you're standing among sleet and snow.
Well, it's kind of dim lighting, so actually, she's been smoking pretty recently, so it's probably a little bit less. It's calmed down a lot. Like since Atoll died, it was really like electricity rolling across her skin. Like it used to. It's kind of back to the just faint glow and just a very low rumble that you can sense through the earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's still unsettling, but
and
not
feel the shaking, the
more of a quiet unsettling.
Mm-hmm.
How far away am I?
You are presently 35 feet from below her, but she is also 30 feet up. So 32 feet in all, because she was 2 feet hovering at initially. So she went up 30. So she's presently at a diagonal from you, like, I don't know, what do the math for me, someone, trigonometry.
Okay. So there's basically, I'm like in the middle. There is Allie on either side, like 10 feet on either side of me.
There's only 5. You guys, so it's a 10-foot wide thing.
Oh,
so you guys have about maybe 4 and 4.
Okay, so 4 and 4, 30 feet up. How scalable are the walls? Are they easily scalable?
It's not the easiest. It's not made to be climbed necessarily, but it's not the hardest either. From your untrained eye looking at it, it looks doable.
Okay. I'm going to kind of follow suit after Kanari and scale up the wall a little bit.
You start now, or do you walk first?
Sorry, what?
Do you start scaling before you start walking in her direction, or do you start scaling after you get below her?
No, seeing that Kanari was successful, I'm gonna kind of follow the same path.
Uh-huh.
Basically,
Right on. So we have
cast
Kanari
somatic components. She can't do anything.
You wait, say that again. Without magical components?
Oh no, I'm saying if I get her arms, she doesn't have her somatic components and she can't do crap.
Oh, I mean, assuming she needs somatic components.
If it's verbal components, I'll just like stick a finger in her mouth.
Okay, so
I'm just saying, if you pin
out somebody is more effective.
Oh, but you pin a spellcaster against the wall, put their arms above her head, and make out with them. They can't cast any spells whatsoever. That's all I'm saying.
I love that so much. I really want this to be like this could have been used by Nemo with her at one point. You know, like this could have been a thing. Anyway, it's fine.
Did you?
But so you follow the same path.
Bolly is going to use that. I'm just saying.
You go up 42 feet.
Yeah, has used that.
Oh, you go up only 20 feet, right? You go up 20 feet up, and then you go 20 feet across as your main action as you dash, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have an additional way to get closer. So presently you are only, you're still a little bit more than 10 feet away from her, 20 feet up and 20 feet to the side.
So
she is presently...
That's using my action to dash as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Because you only have 40 feet of movement, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this is halved for climbing speed. Okay. So as you...
There's no way that I could have, like, instead of, like, walking, like... I'm trying to do the math in my head. Is there any way I could have made that work to get up to her?
Nope. She made difficult terrain for you guys, so it would have been halved anyway.
Oh, so walking across the ground would have been halved anyway. So I would have had to dash just to get underneath her.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and give me a dexterity check for your climbing, though. Actually, this will determine whether you stay holding on as you're climbing.
Sorry, trying to do the math on that. Just straight dex?
Yes, just straight dex.
16.
Okay, so with a 16, you guys all have you guys all have a point of exhaustion because of last night. You guys never slept. You have a point of exhaustion, all three of you, because you guys didn't sleep through the night. Because you guys went all the way back instead of camping out in the middle of the desert. Remember, you guys decided to go back.
And then we went to bed when we got back.
I thought we went to bed when we got back.
I thought you guys got back in the afternoon, and then you guys went to the Lyceum and the Golden Steel and stuff.
I thought we maybe a short rest, if anything.
You guys took a short rest. You guys did take a short rest, but you guys never went to sleep. Because you guys went immediately to the Golden Steel. You guys immediately talked with Munir, and then you guys went to go pick up gold. And then you guys
you're right.
After.
You are right.
You guys have a point of exhaustion. So, Kanari, give me a new acrobatics and grapple check, please. So this is acrobatics for the climb. So give me a new acrobatics check.
Okay. If I had no level of exhaustion, I might have something different, but oh well. Okay, so that's a 23 for the acrobatics check.
Good. You were able to
climb 20 for the athletics check. So
okay. So you're still good on everything that's happened.
Who?
Granted, I think I forgot about that last time with the checks and stuff. But that's okay. That was my bad, though. I forgot about it. So we have exhaustion on everyone. Karhale, go ahead and give me a new dex check, new acrobatics check for the climb.
That was better. So stick with the 16.
16. Okay, so 16 is the 16 is just what you needed. So as you're climbing across and everything, your hand kind of slips at one point, but you latch back onto the side of the wall, and you're like 3 points of contact. And but you're still about a little bit more than 10 feet off from where Kook is presently hovering. So That was your action. Your
Girl's
bonus
a
action.
mountain climber. Like, heck, you can't scale this.
And Nala, you see your two friends kind of take off, climbing and scaling the side of the wall to get to Kook. By the way, Karhale, are you on the same wall that Kanari took, or are you on the opposite wall?
No, I do the opposite one to try to get on our other side.
Okay, cool.
That's it for me, because I already used my bonus action to rage.
Very true. You are presently raging. If you don't attack,
if I don't attack
right?
or take damage.
Or take damage next round, you'll lose it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
But if I attack on my next turn, I keep it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
I have to either take damage or attack with my next turn.
Right on. So, Anala, what would you like to do?
So
you're presently
scaling the wall, right?
Yes.
I thought Kanari was on Kook's.
Right now, you have this alley right here. You have Kook hovering between. Yeah, so you're in this alley. You have Kook hovering far in front of you, about 30 feet up the ground, but 30 feet away from you as well. It's a little more than that, but there's exact numbers that I have written down. Anyway, so that's give or take how far she is from you. You could definitely shoot her from here where you're standing, because your arrows, you have this kind of range. But what's it called? It is dark as well, so it's going to be hard to shoot, and you'll have disadvantage on the attack because of the dim lighting in this alley that you guys are in. You have presently Kanari holding on to Kook, hovering in the air, and Karhale is presently on the wall, climbing a little bit ahead, but not quite there yet.
I think I don't want to try and attack Kook if Kanari's on her. I'll hold my action, but if she tries to do anything,
why not? Shoot her. It'll work. It'll work fine. Just shoot her.
Yeah?
Kanari's fine.
Yeah, you got this. Let's go for it.
Okay.
We believe in you. Your rogue's been roguing real well lately. We trust you.
Don't jinx it, please.
You'll have sneak attack on this.
Okay.
Oh, no, wait. No, you have disadvantage,
No.
so it's not sneak attack anymore. I'm sorry.
Even with my...
If you have disadvantage, you'll lose sneak attack.
Okay.
Disadvantage imposed because of the darkness.
Even though I have dark vision?
She also will have a +2 to her AC because of partial cover that Kanari is offering her.
Okay. Even with my dark vision? I still get...
With your dark vision, actually, no, you're still technically at the edge of where your 60 feet is. So she's above 60 feet from you right now.
Okay.
So it's still dim lighting for you even.
We still believe in you.
Thank you. 24.
24. Okay, so you pull up your arrow, like you as Kanari takes off, and then Karhale takes off, and they start climbing. You're kind of like, and you pull out your arrow, and you just kind of let one fly, and it flies true, and it sails straight through the center of this alley. And as it comes over, and you were aiming for kind of her clavicle here and everything, and as it comes in, it's kind of like in the little pocket of space that Kanari is lifted her arm up enough for your arrow to just slip right through, to where you're not hitting Kanari, and you're not hitting anyone but Kook.
No boobs.
What you want. So as that arrow comes in, you feel a ting as a little shimmering edge of magical energy shifts and knocks the arrow away as she casts shield and uses a first level spell slot
Lame.
as her reaction. So she has used her reaction for this round. But that doesn't
matter because it's her turn.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because it's her turn, so it's renewed anyway. So it comes back to Kook at the bonus action and all. You have fast hands. You can try to use a poison. You can try to use a potion that you might have. You can try to do anything else that you might have for your fast hands ability. I would see about figuring out if you can give light to this situation, because if you have light, you won't have disadvantage and you can do sneak attack. So if you have any way to give yourself light right now so that you can have your sneak attack and do better damage, as well as give your friend Karhale better damage as well, I would see about seeking that out with your fast hands, because you basically have an additional action that you can do. Unless you want to run and get closer. But at this point, you probably have a better shot just taking shots at her.
Yeah. Sure. I'll try to give some light. Or try to find
What do
some
you
light.
want to do that? Do you have any torches on you? Do you have anything that could set a fire maybe to cast some light?
Look, I mean, I have a flask.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Are there
It's up to you what you want to do. You're presently in this alley. The buildings around you aren't the nicer buildings that were made out of stone in most of the area. These are definitely made out of wood and stone, so it's something that you could, in theory, set on fire if you wanted to. Though the area directly around you is presently covered in sleet and snow, so it's going to be harder to set and catch than you might expect, or so. Do you have any torches on you, maybe?
Are there any
You could also, in theory, maybe set a piece of material on fire, attach that to an arrow to shoot later if you wanted. And you could try to shed some light on where she's at and shoot an arrow maybe next to her, higher up where the sleet storm did not hit.
I mean, I have a lantern. I don't know how much good that would do.
Yeah,
Try
lantern's
that.
good.
Well, the lantern would do well if you were in melee with her. But since she's 30 feet away from you, the light that would be shed by this lantern wouldn't reach her anyway. So you'd still have the disadvantage. But if you could set something on
any torches,
you might be able to cast some light on her.
How do you not have any torches?
I don't have any torches. Do I see any?
You don't have like the dancing lights cantrip, do you? Because you're an arcane trickster rogue.
Nope, unfortunately not. I don't see any torches at all. Like on the side of the.
Give me a perception. This will be using your fast hands feature, by the way. You'll be spending your time trying to look for a lantern right now, or some sort of torch or a light source.
9.
9. As you're looking around, you see what look to be different little spots or rivets in the wooden wall and everything, little metal sconces almost that are meant to put little torches into them, but none of them are holding anything presently. And the ones that are holding something are already burned and used up and just sitting there like little husks of what their purpose is supposed to be. So you don't find anything that's readily available to you.
Okay.
Would you like to use your movement to get closer? Because as a
at
secondary
this point, yeah, I'm just gonna sneak around and get closer to her.
As long as you get within, I believe it's within 30 feet. Oh, let me double check that. As long as you get within 30 feet of her, your dark vision will take over and you won't have the disadvantage imposing on your sneak attack and everything. So as long as you get closer, you could avoid the issue of the light. Karhale will still have to deal with that, but that'll be what it is. So you start to climb immediately, or do you want to get closer before you start to climb?
I wasn't intending on climbing. I'll just get closer.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
No, you're good.
Okay. Do you want to climb or do you want to walk? If you walk, you will have half speed because of the snow and the rocky ice all over the alley right now. If you climb, you will have 30 feet of movement because of your thief climbing ability.
Sorry, it's taking much longer. I thought it would go a lot differently.
Next up is Kook. Every time.
There's no place I could really hide at this point. Just come at her that way.
Okay. You would like to hide as your bonus your bonus action is already taken at this point. Are you asking if there's something that you can find cover with? Because you used your bonus action to look for a light source. You didn't find one, and now you have your movement left over to you. But if you'd like, you can just move to a place where you'll have cover.
Yeah.
Okay. So so as you kind of look around yourself, like really quick intaking of what's around you, you do see what seems to be a big like piling of the snow and sleet to one side. You can definitely go and duck behind that with your movement. It'll be about 15 feet back from where you're at right now. Is that okay with you? You'll be about 40 feet, about 45 more feet. Sorry, not 45 more, but at the whole, you'll be 48 feet from her in total, ground wise. I'm not sure what the hypotenuse is here in the moment. I don't want to do the math.
Just for time's sake, yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, so you get cover. You have full cover behind this. So any like long range attack against you won't be able to be taken as you're ducking behind this. You also have no visual of what's above you right now. So keep that in mind as well. So you duck behind it so she can't hit you, but you also can't see her. So now we have climbing up Kanari. Oh, crap. Okay.
What? What's wrong?
No, I just forgot about something. Okay, so well, it's too late now. So what we have, it was something I had forgotten was an established thing, and it's already been in place, so it's too late. So now we have, now
Now I want to know what it is.
Yeah.
it's annoying. Okay, so first off, we have her, Kook. She is presently in Kanari's grasp, and she's very annoyed by this. She's like, "Let go of me! You have no right to be touching me this way. Only those I love can, and they're all dead." So then she's going to cast Misty Step. So she poofs out of your arms, and she appears again farther down in the alley. She appears 30 feet away. Wait, let me double check that with Misty Step. I think she can go farther, so she might go farther. 30 feet. Yeah. So she goes 30 feet backwards from where you guys are at, back towards Anala, actually. So she appears generally a little bit above Anala, same level of where she was at, maybe even a little higher now, but you guys are still closer to her. So she appears now. Okay, so okay, so now she's back where you guys were. Now, Kanari, you are falling. So you are 30 feet, 32 feet, but 30 feet up. So go ahead and give me a, actually, you just take fall damage, right? Because as a monk, you just avoid the fall damage, right?
Pretty much. I mean, I can, let's see, it is, what is it? Oh yeah, by 40. I don't think you're gonna give me 40 fall damage from.
Yeah, that's so you guys see Kanari fall, but she kind of does a little like graceful little twirl flip in the air, and then she lands 3-point landing on the ground, and perfectly no damage taken, but you are back on the ice and snow, and it's very cold. It's very unpleasant. You also have no understanding of where she could be right now because she's far out of your range of sense. She just kind of disappeared from your arms, and then you fell. Next, she will use her main action. Now that she is presently above Inala, she can see Inala. So she's going to take her. Will she do it on you?
Am I not imposing enough for her?
Well, she is. Inala is the only one who's presently trapped on the damage. So.
I'm pretty sure I was just a jerk to her a minute ago, and I think she should be mad at me.
Erin has issues where she wants to be the target of people's rage, so don't.
Instead of that, no, you're right. She doesn't care about Inala as much right now in this moment. The more imposing person is Karhale. You're dangerous. Kanari as well, also dangerous. But she looks toward Karhale instead. So she uses her action she raises up a hand towards you, Karhale, but nothing appears from her hand or anything. And you're kind of like there's a little bit of a tenseness to your muscles, but then you feel this arm shove you right in front of you, but you can't see it at all. You feel this hand shove into your neck and try to knock you off of the side of the building. So go ahead. And in this case, so if you were on the ground, this would be just a straight strength check versus her saving throw versus her DC, right? In this case, though, since you are presently precariously balanced with this like climbing on the side of a building and everything, I will say you'll probably have disadvantage on this. So go ahead and make me a strength saving throw at disadvantage, but you're still really good at this, so it probably won't be anything bad.
Yeah,
you're 20 feet up presently, by the way.
It's just a straight roll because I normally have advantage on strength when I'm saving.
That's true.
Or when I'm raging.
Mm-hmm. And you're just angrily holding onto the side of this building. Yeah.
Okay. Strength. I have such a hard time adding 7 to any number. It's a struggle. 19.
19. Nice. So you feel this arm shove into you, trying to knock you off, and she's like, "Oh, just let go!" And at that, Kanari, you can hear her voice, and you're like, "There she is!" And you turn around, just start making your way toward her because now it's your turn, Kanari.
Next is Kanari's like, screw this. I am pulling out my sword and I'm taking off towards her.
What you should have done in the first place.
Well, I forgot about it till I was climbing, and I was like, I already said I was going to climb. So it's fine.
Okay, nice. So you pull out your sword, you leap on it to take off toward her. I will say it takes about five feet of movement just to get onto the sword, mount it and everything, and take off. And your object interaction in this as well, pulling out the sword to like put it down for you. So your object interaction, 5 feet of movement, and you lift up, and you have how many with the sword? 50. So you have 45 left. You can actually, at the angle, I don't know what becomes, what's the math? What's the math, guys?
If she's 30 feet away from me, so even if it's like 15 feet is within difficult, or like taking 15 feet off of difficult terrain.
Well, no, just 5 feet for mounting it, because you didn't go anywhere, right?
You're talking about difficult terrain, though, right? Is that what you're thinking?
No, since you're flying, it doesn't apply to you. Okay. I was just saying, how close would she be if she is? So she's 40 feet high off the ground right now because she went higher with her. She angled her Misty Step higher, kind of thing. So she was 30 feet away from where you're presently at.
Hold on.
Laterally, and then it's 40 feet up above. So what would be the math in between in the diagonal?
Yeah,
Since you can fly, you can take the diagonal.
All right. 40 squared plus.
Are we actually doing the math on this?
Yeah, she has 45 feet of movement. I'm not sure if she'll make it. But if she does, that's awesome.
It comes out to 50 feet. So, 50 feet. But I would be within melee range though, because that's 5 feet away.
Yeah, no, I think that would be you would be right at the edge, I would say. But yes. Yeah, you make it to the melee range right there, like able to take that swipe at her.
Okay.
But to take out your other sword would be another object interaction here.
Could I have taken it out at the same time, or no? Would I have to take out one versus the other?
I would say probably technically one versus the other. The downside of dual wielding.
Okay. Fair enough.
Or if you had an ability that gave you dual wielding, that would kind of like class wise, I think that would make sense if you're a fighter, you know. But since you're a monk and it's not necessarily your skill set with weapons, it's more you'll just have the one. You pulled out the one with your object interaction. If you want to use your bonus action to pull out the other one, kind of thing, as another like allotment of time, I guess.
I'll do that. Why not?
Okay, so bonus action to have the other sword out to take that swipe. So now you are using the dark sword again. So as you take this swipe, give me a wisdom saving throw at the same time.
Dang.
Have not taken a long rest.
A wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
I have advantage on those, so 19.
19. Good. You feel another pulse in your arm, but you swing that sword at her as you get closer, and she's presently like, leave me alone. I mean, I am trying to kill you, but that's not really my fault. You all brought this on yourselves. But yeah, so you take that swing at her. Go ahead and roll an attack.
Yeah, it's just that ugly mug of yours. It's your fault. That's why Nemo died and left you. He couldn't stand the idea of being with you.
And she like intake of angry, indignant gasp.
That is a 26 to hit.
26. Okay.
The first one.
Okay. She doesn't use shield.
What is my is 1d12? Okay. 5. Oh wait, no. Oh no, so sorry, hold on. First of all, it's a 1d6. That's a normal damage thing, I think. So that's a 6 plus 4, which is 10. Plus, I will do an extra d12 necrotic damage, so another 5, and I heal 5, so that's 15 points of damage to her, and I will spin again.
That is incredibly sexy of you, I must say.
Natural.
You can take 2 attacks with the same.
I get 2 main.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. Cool. Go for it.
Natural 20. So
nice. Crazy. Hey, that's 2 today.
That's true. It is. I've got like 3 sets of dice out, so that makes sense. So I will expend the other charge because why not? So 8 and 9 is 17 plus 28 more points of damage to her. And
you said 22 more points of damage?
More points.
Ooh.
Maybe if you weren't so annoying, then we'd still have our friend around. So you really deserve this. And
I'm really asking for it.
Question, DM, does that you don't have to answer me, but if it is a spell that you cast, then it would probably cause you to do concentration checks to keep her fly up, right?
Oh, that's a good point. It doesn't cost her concentration checks to keep her fly up.
Dang it. Okay. Oh well. All right, and that will be my turn, I think. So
don't worry. I don't think she'll be flying for long because I'm on deck, right?
Yes, ma'am. What would you like to do?
Oh boy,
I can jump on her.
You are presently 20. So she is 40 feet away from you right now.
I know.
I would like to get the frick over there.
So you are presently okay. So you're on the wall right now, 40 feet away from her. Do you jump off the wall, or do you just start scaling that direction?
Remind me. I forget about how far I can jump. How far can I jump? It's my strength score.
With a 10-foot running jump, your strength score plus 10, I think.
Ugh, it's hard. It's hard to remember those.
Okay. Can I?
Yeah. So with a 10-foot running jump, you can jump strength score. Yeah. So you can jump your strength score, but if you don't run 10 feet first, you have to only take half your strength score.
Okay. How far do I have to get up to the top of the wall?
To the top of the wall right now. So she's 40 feet up, basically at the edge of where the wall is. It ends right above her head, basically. But you are 20 feet up. You would need another 20 feet up to get there.
So it would take all of my movement just to get up there.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it. Okay.
If she's on the top of the wall, basically, can she just run and then jump off it?
The wall doesn't end exactly like from your angle. It seems like the wall's ending like where her head's at, but in general, it's close.
Oh, okay.
So you could, in theory, get all the way to the top and then run.
Okay. I can do that. Wait, can I do that? Hold on. Would I still be able to jump on her if I If I did that?
If you dive, it'll you will basically
Would that
will
basically like
freeze
count as
your turn with you in the air because you'll be at the edge of your movement because you can't move farther than your movement allows you to, and if you have an ability that lets you jump kind of thing, you'll just be in the air between turns.
But how does that logically work? Like if she were to move on,
There's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of lost logic in D&D combat, but in essence, things are kind of happening. You know, in like in plays and stuff, how people they'll do lines where you're kind of cutting off someone's line as you go into the next line. That's kind of what's happening with turns. So they're acting at the beginning, like not after you do all your things. It's more like as you're finishing your last thing.
Okay, so with my tavern brawler feat, I can grapple as a bonus action.
Mm-hmm. You probably won't make it to her to grapple her.
Okay.
You can try though. You can attempt.
Okay, so you're saying there's a chance I could.
There's a possibility, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna do it then.
Okay. So the building you're presently on, you start to climb to the top, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you climb to the top of this building, okay, so you start to climb to the top. You take up your 40 feet of movement with the halved movement to get to the top, and you're going to use your dash to get all the way, at your action to dash, correct? To get 40 feet laterally towards in her direction. So you take off that way. The building that you're on was about the same level. I just rolled for it. So it was about the same level as the building next to it, the one that she's presently hovering next to. So as you take off, you're going to have to jump about 5 feet in between the building change. As it changes level a little bit, it goes a little bit higher, but it's not too dramatic of a change. And the next building over, and you keep on running along the top of the roof, and you get to about maybe 5 feet out from her, right at the edge there, and then you take
and then just like jump the diagonal.
Mm-hmm. So that will finish your movement to get there. So you're not able to grapple her. You're right at the edge of like she's 5 feet hovering 5 feet into the center of the.
Sorry, I was doing that because I thought you said there was a chance I could.
There was a chance. There was a chance. I rolled for it, and you weren't close enough. This is you can't size up everything in your eye line perfectly, right? So for you, you're not sure if you would be able to make it, kind of thing. So I rolled to see if the distance would work out for you, and it did not.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying I would roll for it, and I was confused.
Oh, no, I was just rolling to see how, like, what the distance actually was, because you have a physical limit of what you can make, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a thing about you, it was just a thing about reality and whether,
I thought you were saying I could get to her, and it was just a matter of whether or not I could grapple her.
Oh, no. I was saying that there was a chance that you would be able to make it, but there's a chance that you wouldn't, based on just the reality of how much distance there was to get there.
Okay. Well, dang it. Okay. I would not have
you
done
get
that
right to the edge.
That was the case.
In essence, right now you're about to take a dive for her and dive to tackle. Do you want to dive and like end in the air here, or do you want to wait till next turn to actually jump for it?
Well, I wouldn't have done that if I had realized that's what you meant. I thought you meant that it was I could get to her. It's that I'm either going to grapple her or fall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, I'm either going to grapple her or take the fall damage. I'm cool with either of those options. I didn't realize that like getting to her but not being able to do anything. I didn't realize that was one of the options.
I'm sorry, girl. I explained it as clearly as I thought I could initially. But you're presently on the edge of this roof. Do you want to go for it or do you not want to? You have a bonus action left. So if you want, you could use the bonus action. I don't want to. I don't want. You'll have to wait till next turn to actually try to grapple the girl.
Okay. I am gonna use my bonus action to rage again because it would otherwise end because I didn't take damage.
Right on. So use your bonus action to charge yourself up again for the next turn. The next in the lineup is now Inala. Inala, what would you like to do?
So how? She's right above me, right?
Yes. You're basically so the hunk of snow and ice right now that you're huddled behind, you see her appear almost directly above that hunk of the pile of snow there. You see her hovering right above it. And so you're about maybe 5 feet off from where she's actually at, but directly above you, but she is right above you. So you could take a shot from below if you'd like.
Okay.
She's also 40 feet above. So you'll still have disadvantage on the shot for the darkness.
Okay. And Kanari's not. You're not on top of her anymore, right? Like you're not holding.
I'm right next to her, so
within melee. So you would have sneak attack if
damage.
you didn't have disadvantage.
Why does she have disadvantage?
Because of the dim lighting. It's farther out of her dark vision ability.
I see.
Okay. I was gonna do that, but never mind. Yeah, I'll just try and take another shot at her then.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me an attack, and this time it'll be again at disadvantage.
$22.
22. Okay, so you take that shot even with disadvantage. You're kind of like aiming at where her ring right now, and the arrow flies true directly toward one of her legs and everything, and you're hoping to like clip her enough that she like loses her flight somehow maybe. But as you do so, the arrow shooting up, she looks down at you immediately, throws out her hand as her reaction, and shields one more time, and it pings right off of her shield. If it's any consolation, you're burning her spells. And she growls. She kind of like sends a growl toward you, but her focus goes directly back to Kanari. Next is going to be sorry. Any bonus action you like to take. Fast hands. You can try to hide. That would give you advantage in an attack for her in this context. I think if you were hidden while attacking her, that'll give you the oomph you need to not be at disadvantage with the dim lighting. And therefore, well, technically you still can't, even if I'm sorry, you still with sneak attack, if it's disadvantaged at all, you still can't get sneak attack as long as there's disadvantage imposed. Even if you can undo it and go back to neutral again, as long as the disadvantage is there, it technically takes away your sneak attack. So you need light. So if you'd like, you can try to give light again or get closer. You need to get closer is the main thing too. With your dash, you could get up all the way to her along with your regular movement speed. You could get abreast with the lady.
I do not like Kook.
Mages.
Either. They're too slippery, and I can't hit them.
The whole thing with them, they have to use their flight, and they have to stay slippery.
Give me one good hit. This chick is tough.
We just need, we need a caster that can immobilize long enough for
I thought you were gonna stun her
I
at some point.
just remembered that I had that, so it might be. Listen, I told you my brain's not all here tonight. As I was saying, we need to.
I kind of thought to remind you, but I'm like, no, she knows what she's doing.
Yes, but
you did land 28 points of damage on her, so I'm not complaining in the slightest.
It's fair.
But if you happen to stun her, I won't be mad.
Next turn.
I don't think I've done this before, so I don't really know. As a bonus, am I allowed to cast anything or no?
As your bonus action,
yeah.
As of now, you cannot cast a spell, but we'll look into that for a future reference because I feel like your character would like eventually be able to do so. But as of now, since you're just a low-level caster, it takes your full action to kind of focus on it for now. So you can use your bonus action to try to you can try to light something, you can try to like set something up, maybe put poison on your arrows so that you can do more damage because you do have poisons with you.
I do.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. If you have a note in your equipment that says vial of soy sauce, then yeah, that's poison.
You've been informed.
I guess it's in my notes somewhere. It's on my character sheet.
The soy sauce, from what I remember, was all passed to you because Karhale found out it was poisoned.
Okay. That's it for now. I really am at a loss. And I also forgot I have the sleep spell. So if she's still up and annoying, they come around.
Keep in mind that she needs to be low enough. She has to be at least below 50 hit points for you to be able to use that and plausibly succeed.
Oh, really?
She'll need to be pretty beat up for you to use it. But it's a good thing to cast once she is looking pretty low. If I tell you she looks bloodied, that'll be your cue to know that she's at half health.
Okay.
So do you want to use the bottles of poison? Would you like to use one and put it on some of your arrows?
Sure. Why not? I can't think of anything else at the moment. My brain is fried.
So in trying to think about like what to do, Inala kind of at a loss, she whips out her backpack, pulls it open. She's like, oh, I have all these vials of stuff. Maybe it'll do something. I heard something about it being poisonous. I don't know. So you pull it out, uncork one of them, and start dipping different arrows, like dip, 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 putting them back into your sleeve. And you dip 6 arrows. So you have 6 shots that are presently covered in poison. So they're going to be a DC 12. And with a DC, if they fail their DC 12 Constitution check, you can roll an additional 2d6 damage of poison. It's not to be poisoned. It doesn't inflict the condition, but it will deal extra damage. For every arrow you shoot. So you dip those in, you pull that out, and would you like to use your movement to get closer so you can try to avoid the disadvantage?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so you turn around and you start climbing up. Climbing up as you go, you get to a spot. Go ahead and give me, and now this is going to be not a very hard check, at least not for Anala because she's used to this. She's good at climbing. She gets 30 feet up, which is within the range of where your dark vision gives you the ability to not have disadvantage from the dim lighting. But as you turn around to try to like be able to still shoot with both hands while staying aloft and climbing, you'll go ahead and give me a dexterity check. An acrobatics check to see if you can find a good place where the 2 points of leg contact will be enough for you to stay up.
25.
That is quite good enough. Yeah, totally good enough. And you turn around and there's this like beautiful like vision of Anala balancing between 2 poking out slats for a window and everything. And you can see her balancing on the shutters with just both legs as she's pulling her arrow out for another shot next turn. Next will be Kook. And we have Kook in the air presently and engaged with Kanari and Karhale right above, about to dive down on her. She's going to look at all of you guys. She doesn't like this. She doesn't like this. She's going to
stay there and let me hit her.
Ay. You people are awful. Okay, so.
Or attack me. You could attack me too. That would be cool.
She's going to cast. She's going to bonus action. You know what? Okay, so she's going to turn to Karhale. She's going to mage hand, bonus action, shove you off the edge of the building.
All right.
Pushing you in a direction away from her, in theory. But yes, so go ahead, give me a new strength check. This time, not a disadvantage, just you're at advantage since you have the rage going. So this
Correct.
is probably
Just a question. Which direction is she trying to push me?
she's shoving you away from her. So you're a little bit like this way. She's shoving you backwards, off the edge of the building, though, just at a diagonal where you'll fall down.
Oh gosh.
And then
17.
17, you pass. Oh wait, no, you pass. And then but that was still pretty low for you.
It is low for me. That's why I made that
Then
face.
she turns to Kanari. She raises her hand and she goes, "That's really annoying. You're really annoying." And she casts Dispel Magic on your sword. So she casts
How
Dispel
does that
Magic.
work with an enchanted object?
An enchanted object, basically the spell of the enchantment is as far as I understand, it becomes a roll for it. So since the spell to enhance it is third, I would say she probably just has to roll for it, and the DC is.
And it just automatically, like, permanently dispels it, or
I don't think it would permanently, but temporarily, like just for a long rest between.
Okay.
So she's going to dispel magic on your sword, just to dispel its ability for the time being, right now. So that'll be a DC 13 because the flight spell is 3, and her Arcana check is rather high. And so as she raises her hand and you see this like void of black just shoot out from it and attack the sword that's at your feet, you can feel this energy coursing from her into the bottom of your sword, and you feel this like wobbling and then this gentle drop as it just turns into a regular sword for the time being, and it falls beneath you. So as you fall again, there's no rollover for the damage you can take when falling, right? It's not within a day, it's just in general every fall you take, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you fall, no damage taken, you land, beautiful landing on the ground, but your sword ting 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 against the side of the wall and on the ground until it into the snow on the side. And your sword is presently at the ground, and you hear her laughing maniacally above you, kind of.
She's so annoying.
And then with that, she's going to use her movement, her flight speed, to move far away from you, Karhale. So she's going to move down and away. So she moves kind of at this diagonal 30, going backwards and downwards away from you. 30 feet out, though, it's only 30. So you could still, in theory, kind of get an angle on her, but she's down below you. So it'll be kind of like aiming yourself as you dive through the air to the ground. And she's hovering presently about 20 feet away from Anala, where you're you're in the air. You're kind of where she's at. She actually disengaged. So you just climbed up and she flies away, flies down to this diagonal. So she's hovering about 20 feet off from where Kanari's at on the ground. No, she doesn't want to be where you can reach her either. Okay, so she's even. This is so difficult trying to like plan out her tactics here. So she's just 30 feet as far as she can get away, and she used her bonus action, her main action, her movement, and she's about 15. Yeah, about 15 feet off the ground right now, and hovering kind of in the middle of this alley here, 30 feet off. So next turn is Kanari. Kanari, she's about 15 feet off the ground, 30 feet away, about 25 feet away from you.
Okay.
I'm gonna be killing her out of sheer frustration.
Mm-hmm. This is interesting. I've never had to like run this kind of NPC though in an actual fight with you guys.
Yeah, and I haven't hit her a single time.
That is the thing. This is always what happened to Grog too.
All right,
so I could have wings.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I will climb back the wall. This is really annoying.
5 I had chosen the path of the eagle, I could have flown at level 15.
That's
Mhm.
pretty far, though.
Still flying, man.
Yeah. All right. So she's 30 feet away.
Mm-hmm.
This is so hard to imagine. I'm okay.
So she's presently on the ground. If she were standing on the ground, she's 25 feet from you. But she is presently 15 feet up off the ground.
Okay. I'm going to run towards her 20 feet.
Mm-hmm. So you run towards her 20 feet. You only make it 10 because of the disadvantage. Because of the
How big is this area? Because we moved out
That's a good point.
around.
No, I'm actually about to. Yeah. You're right. You're still within it. So this 10 feet, you're still okay. That's a good point.
She's moving within it too.
So she's here. She posted on you guys there. She shoots the other side. Yeah, no, you're still in it because you're so basically you landed right on the outside of it, and she's on the other side of it.
So she moved
20 feet long. She flew. Okay. This is only on the ground. She can fly. So she is presently on the other side of 20 feet of difficult terrain for you. You can climb through it, but it'll still be the same thing having your movement.
Oh, it's fine. I will move towards her.
Okay. Full movement, 20 feet. You'll get to the edge of where the remaining you'll go past the ice storm remnants.
Yeah. How high can I jump? If it's
you can jump up to
a high jump.
A running jump is so it's 3 plus your strength modifier with a 10-foot movement. So if your strength modifier is 2, it's plus 3, 5. If you have 10 feet of running distance.
Okay. So then, so I have a +1, so that's 4. And I am 6 foot tall.
You're not going to make it. You won't be able to swing your sword at that, like, with an extra...
Okay, that's fine. I will spend a key point to do Step of the Wind, and my jump distance is doubled for the turn. So now I can jump 8 feet, and I'm 6 feet tall.
There you go.
This is annoying.
Math. Make the math.
You guys see her and then leap higher than you guys have ever seen her going up. And you swing your sword at her. Go ahead. Roll to hit, ma'am.
Slam dunk this chick into the ground.
I'm going to try. We'll see. Is a 19... And another natural 20. I'm not lying.
My word.
The 19 pings off of her shield. So she shields again for the 19. But the other one hit.
Is so obnoxious with this shield. I'm done with that. Okay. So
it's the caster's not shielded. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
It is eating away at her spell slots, and I still have 56 hit points and 1 more rage.
That it is, ma'am.
And that is 6 more points of damage, and I'm going to do a stunning strike on her. Try to. So.
Stun. Come on. It's going to be awfully annoying now that I'm on top of this building.
So stunning strike, that can still happen even through the sword, right? It doesn't have to be your personal fists hitting her for stunning strike.
Yeah, it can happen from a weapon.
So
as long as it's a melee weapon attack.
Got it. So that's a wisdom saving throw?
Con save.
Con save.
Which sorcerers have good.
So she has advantage on it because she has the Warcaster feat. Let me double check. Actually, that might only apply to saves against losing the spell.
I don't think it does.
It's specifically to maintain your concentration on a spell when you take damage. So she only has it apply to that. She still has good constitution though. What was the DC again?
15.
15. She gets a 16 with a natural. Well, I won't say what her additions are, but she gets a 16, and so she passes. She's like, and she lifts the leg up in pain.
I can't use my inspiration to subtract from her.
No, you may not. With luck,
give us anti-inspiration with which to do that.
that would be pretty cool. And she is so angry.
So
Too bad.
So
It's my turn.
Nice.
I guess that's my
next
turn.
is Carhale.
I'm freaking jumping and I'm tackling this bitch into the ground.
She is 30 feet farther away from where you're at.
Just take one really good swing at her.
So presently,
I'm freaking trying, okay?
So presently, since she was still 5 feet off from where you're at, she has now moved her. Okay, so yeah, so visual theater. See, I didn't make a whole map for this because I thought it was going to be still annoyingly complicated, even with a map, being that she's flying and you guys weren't. So I was like, it's going to be complicated either way. So I was like, it's fine, visual theater here. But yeah. So you are presently 30, give or take, feet from from where she's hovering, but you're higher above where she's at too. You are presently, she's 15 feet up. The wall is about 40. You're about 30 feet higher than she's at. So you're going to end, even if you dive, you'll still end your turn farther, higher above her.
But I thought fall movement doesn't count into your actual movement.
It does, depending on, because, okay, so you can fall 600 feet and around.
Yeah. 600 feet and around, yeah.
But that's if you start falling. That's 600 feet starting to fall at the beginning of your round, because your round takes like 6 seconds to do, kind of thing. So I would say, okay, so you take your full movement to get there, right? Because you're right at the edge. You have maybe 3 or 4 feet left because she's more than 30 feet.
Yeah, I have 40 feet of movement.
Yeah. So, okay, so you have about 2 feet left.
I'm on top of the building, yeah. So it's not half.
And then you dive for it. But that would be basically,
you said she's 30 feet away from her, right?
10 feet of movement.
Okay, yeah, that's about, because even with
falling,
1 second, that's 100 feet. Falling, diving.
Logic-wise, falling takes a lot less time.
It does take a lot less time. It's true. Okay, so go ahead and roll me as, okay, so you guys see Carhale traversing the top of the building across, and then she dives. But your aim will come into play in this, because you might not aim well. Yes.
And hypothetically, could I punch her as I'm falling?
Yeah, you can totally punch her if you want.
You haven't used your action yet.
Let me explain my logic. I'd like to pop her in the face and then maybe get an okay. Hear me out. So, forgoing the damage of one of my 2 attacks,
you want to grapple? You want to use one of your attacks to grapple?
Actually, no, I don't need to.
Bonus action grapple, yeah.
Bonus action grapple. I forgot that. Well, I wanted to restrain her arm.
You won't be able to restrain her. Okay. You don't have an ability to do so.
Okay.
If you were trained to be able to do that,
I was wondering if I could sacrifice the damage of one of my attacks to her arms down. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm gonna.
If you were trained and had the feat to be able to restrain someone, then you would be. Okay, but since that's a special amount of training to know headlocks well enough to be able to do so, you won't be able to. But so you'll take your dive. Now go ahead and give me, for aiming your body in the air, you can go ahead. I feel like this is more of a dexterity thing than a strength thing. Athletics or dexterity? I would say probably acrobatics. So go ahead and give me an acrobatics check. It's going to be hard because diving at someone from the air doesn't seem like it would be an easy thing to me.
Okay. I reread my Tavern Brawler feat, and it says when you hit a creature with an unarmed strike or an improvised weapon on your turn, you can use your bonus action to attempt a grapple. It doesn't specify that the strike has to be before the bonus action. So can I grapple and then just like tighten the headlock around her for damage?
Oh yeah, totally.
Right.
It'll be an unarmed strike.
Yeah,
still.
two unarmed strikes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah, totally.
So, okay,
If
so
you can grapple, if you successfully grapple,
I'm doing deck save.
Give me an acrobatics check first. And it is at disadvantage because you are tired. And so as you're running, the blurry kind of like the headache from being tired is a little bit edging in on your vision here. But go ahead and give me an acrobatics check at disadvantage.
Okay. Acrobatics check, and then...
And this will determine if you aim well and you actually get close enough to her to grapple her.
Alrighty. Those were both really good. Where the frick is my... Oh, it's just Dex. 18.
18. I will say hard... so a hard DC is 20. You do not pass the hard DC here. So as you dive, you get really close to her, but you're just a little bit off, closer to the side of the building than the other side of the building than you meant to be, because she's right in the middle. And you reach out your arm to try to wrap it around her, and you brush against her wrist, and you almost latch on, but you're too far away to actually get any grip on her. Just a little bit too far off in the fall here. But I will say you do realize that on your way down. So if you want, you can see about using, as you're falling and you realize, oh, I'm falling a little too far out, I'm not going to be able to reach her. You can decide to whip out your hammer and, well, you're not in melee.
You said I brush her wrist. That's in melee.
You're right there. Okay, you're not close enough to grapple, but if you want, you can whip out your hammer for a single attack because you're falling past her right now. So you're falling close enough to like be able to whack her with the hammer that gives you a couple more feet.
Okay. I'll take it. I'm not going to question it. I'm going to take it. So that'll be reckless, BT dubs. So straight roll. That is a dirty 20 to hit.
Dirty 20. Definitely hit. Oh, sorry. Ting! Shields again. Because...
Damn it, Liz! I'm fine.
Sorry, my child.
We can't end the ice storm. We can't cause her to lose her flying. This is kind of...
Ting! I mean, a mage against 3 non-mages, guys. It's not great. But... I mean, she's not super strong, though. If you guys can get a hold of her, like, she's weak. She's mushy as heck, you know? That's just the thing. So you throw out the one Hail Mary hammer, and it tings right off of the shimmering golden energy that's protecting her right now. And she goes, useless! This is why he let himself die. He couldn't take it anymore. He should have been with me. It's your fault. All of your faults. But he's dead. You have to die now. You can't just live after he's dead. And then,
I mean, we can. We've been kind of doing it for like a day now.
And Nola, it's your turn.
Am I still... I'm gonna say, am I close enough to take that shot from where I left off? Still?
You are 30 feet away from she's at, because you were almost abreast with her. You were abreast with her before, and she moved 30 feet away. So right now you can still take the shot, but you're not within, you'll have to move a little bit, but with your regular movement speed, you'd be able to get close enough, I think, to have the ability to see her without disadvantage. You're not going to be within melee, but you're going to be close enough to take a shot without having disadvantage imposed on you. Although keep in mind that you won't have advantage on the shot because she knows where you are, you're not hidden, and you don't have anyone within melee with her. Carhale, I forgot. So your fall...
Yeah, I was waiting for it, actually, but then I missed it.
Fall result, I forgot about it. So Anala, you see this as you're kind of like scaling towards where she's at and everything, and you're going pretty quickly, and you get where you can see her pretty well. You're still at a distance, and you take your shot at her. So go ahead and roll me to hit. But you see as Korhali dives straight past her, swings a hammer out, and then slams into the ground in the side of the building as she goes.
So whether I move closer or not, I don't have the advantage on the shot, is what you're saying?
Whether you move closer or not, so you don't have. This isn't a question about advantage. This is a question about disadvantage because it's dark and you can't really see her very well. Oh, that's another factor actually. Korhali, roll me one more attack because you're at disadvantage because of the dim lighting. I forgot about that. One more attack, and this will determine whether she actually had to expel the spell.
That was better.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
Then Inala. So go ahead. So you move close enough to get where you can see her well, using only some of your movement, not even the full amount of movement. But you're far enough away. So go ahead and make your attack, and you do have the poison on it. Korhali, go ahead and roll me. You were how high? 40 feet. Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw as you slam into the ground, and this is kind of trying to catch yourself well enough to not take as much damage.
23.
23, right on.
Which this would be a I do have advantage on the dex saves. So that is a dirty 20.
You have advantage on dex saving throws from falling. I thought it was only for effects that you're like leaping away from.
Is it? I thought it was
believe it's
on,
not.
I thought it was advantage
I'll
on
double check.
dexterity saving throws against things you can see, or while not blinded, deafened, or incapacitated.
Hold on. Yes, primal danger sense. Effects that you can see, such as traps and spells. To gain this benefit, you can't be blinded, deafened, or incapacitated. So keep that in mind for future reference. Yeah. It's only for spells and effects. Okay. I haven't been keeping up to date on whether you've been doing that or not, but you're not able to do that.
That's good to know. I completely misunderstood that. That was my first roll, though.
Yeah.
My second roll was bad.
Go ahead. So wait, first roll was, what was it again?
My first roll was a dirty 20.
A dirty 20? Okay. So you take only 5 points of bludgeoning damage as you hit the ground. You're a pretty tough cookie.
So wait, did you have that for me?
I took away some of the damage, yes.
So I'm still raging, so that's halved again to 3.
Oh, that's a good point.
And nice. I can see my rage for only 3 points of damage. All right.
I think you made an attack, so you still would have been good anyway. Right? Because you made an attack, you're good?
Oh, yeah, I did make an attack, so it would have been fine.
Mm-hmm. So, Inala, what was your to hit?
23.
23? Okay. So, 23 definitely hits. This, but... Will she expend this?
No.
It's going real fast. She'll do it. She tings, and it tings off of her shield again. So your arrow goes wide and pings right into the side of one of the wooden buildings. And she goes, "You guys can't touch me. You just can't." And with that,
her to say that again as I'm choking the life
would you
out of
like
her.
to use a bonus action?
Fine.
You can.
Fine.
She still has the shield up?
She does. I mean, the shield is not something that's always up. It's something she can reaction pull up when she needs it. So as long as she has spell slots, she can cast shield.
She's still floating up in the air too.
Yep. Do you have any kind of nets, anything that you could probably plausibly try to latch her to the ground, maybe? Wrap an arrow around her, maybe? Tie a rope to an arrow, maybe, and see about trying to pull her down?
We could try. I have the uncuttable ropes still, but
The main thing would be is that if she pings it off of her so it doesn't stab her, then it won't latch on necessarily. But you can give it you can tie the rope to it for future reference to try.
So if I try and cast anything on her at this point, probably wouldn't really do much.
She's not
Right.
bloodied yet. She's looking kind of rough, but she's not bloodied yet. So you could try to cast something on her, but not with your bonus action though. It'll have to be your main action. It's the unfortunateness with spells.
Yeah, I'm good for now. I really am at a loss.
Okay. I'm sorry, girl. So next is going to be at level 10 within the lineup here. We have people starting to notice what's going on. You guys have kind of been, Kook has been loud, you guys have been loud. There's been crashes and booms and stuff going on throughout this little fight here. It's only been a little bit of time, but people have already been paying attention, so people are aware of this. So you're starting to see more lights flicking on. People are like opening windows and like, what's going on out there? Oh crap, and everything, and people lowering their windows down again. And you see some people opening shutters, closing them again. Some people just kind of leaning out and like, what's going on out there? And you hear some whispered shaitan, 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 and some people being like, is this a battle between shaitan? And some people being like, wait, who are those people? Blah blah blah, and just different eyes that are falling on this fight going down. You hear people calling out like, call the authorities, like, what if they break my building? What is going on? And everything, and people are getting like a little bit nervous, a little bit afraid here. And that happens at level 10 or at number 10 in the lineup here. And next goes to Kook. As she's looking around, and she's very frustrated. She is presently, Kanari leapt and slashed at her. She's standing right below her on the ground. Hey, you know what? That's cool, because since you jumped for her, I don't think, since gravity is what pulled you away from her, I don't think it imposes an opportunity attack, actually, because I forgot about that initially. But I don't think it does anyway, just because it's you didn't move away.
Right. That's
Gravity.
fine, honestly. I think you're right.
Anyway, and then Karhale flying past her, slamming to the ground. What does she have going on? She's got... she's going to... Okay, so we have Karhale on the ground, basically right below her, within range of Kanari. You guys are kind of next to each other now. Anala's still kind of high above, but she's going to look down on you two, and she's going to be like, honestly, I think... honestly, I think Nima would approve. And she's going to cast Fireball at the both of you.
That he would.
Wait, would she? Would she actually? You know what? I'm going to backtrack because you guys are scary. Kanari's been the scariest. She's been the one doing her damage. So instead of that, she's going to look at you, Kanari, and she's going to be like, you're really causing me trouble. And I'm pretty sure I could get rid of the others as long as you're just not here. And she banishes you. So, she casts banishment on you.
Okay.
As she says that, you go ahead and roll me a charisma saving throw.
I don't know why she didn't do that before. I love the banishment spell.
It's been kind of interesting because she's been a little close to people, so she hasn't felt like safe from you guys for the moment. She also goes higher up, by the way. She goes up about 30 feet up higher. So she was 15, she's now 45 above. but 45 high, she still has a range on you with 60 feet to banish you. She says that, and as she says it, she kind of like shoots up.
18. I rolled really well.
18? Oh, I hate you so much. Okay. Well, she has this spell, so she would use it, but I'm bitter about it. So she's gonna cast. She's gonna cast Silvery Barbs and have you roll again, and that gives.
I roll again.
You roll again. Mm-hmm.
Silvery Barbs, man. Some DMs outlaw it.
Some DMs do. I considered it, but Nathan liked it, and I felt bad because he used it for a while before I realized I probably should have banned it right at the beginning. So I was like, it's too late now. But it just means if Silvery Barbs is such a like, you need to have it as a mage if it's allowed. So everyone has to have it now.
All right. I'm gonna use my inspiration. DM, what is it that we do now for inspiration?
A D6.
It's just like bardic inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that is an 18 again.
An 18? Okay. Yeah, you pass. You see her start to glow a little bit. Okay, so then that's her action. And she doesn't have any bonus actions for the purpose of this, which means you burn her spell. Good job. Very good.
I burned 2 spells, technically.
Burned 2 spells, yeah. Actually, let me make sure to wipe that off the map. So she uses that. Cast.
Becky.
And then...
Is it time to be real?
It is.
Maybe.
Oh, it is. Here, I'll do it too.
Smile,
Just
everyone.
all doing it.
Yep.
I didn't look at it from the backwards photo. Okay, so yeah, bonus action. She doesn't do it, but she casts that. And Okay, so action, no bonus action. Movement expended. With that ends her turn. So next is Nari.
So where is she at this point?
Okay, so she is 45 feet above you in the air. She is presently hovering above the building a little bit. She is very high.
All right. So if I climb up the building and jump for her, I guess
you can get 20 feet up with your initial movement, 22, I mean, and then 24, and you'll be able to break the get over the edge of the building and get on top of the building, and then you'll be at level with her. But that's with your regular movement plus plus whatever else. By the way, Karhale, it just occurred to me to climb up to stand back up again after you're climbing, it does take movement. So you not being able to make it to her way back when made even more sense beyond just like a reality, because you would have expended at probably half your movement standing up again, because it's basically standing up.
Okay.
Yeah, it takes half your movement to stand up after that. I forgot about that. So Canaria will take half your movement to stand up again as well. So you're going to get up the edge of the building, but you're not going to be able to stand up again.
And at that point, I still can't really reach her, can I?
She's hovering about 10 feet out from the edge of the building. So you could jump if you had another set of movement, but you won't have any action or anything.
No, I'm just going to use my action and my movement and call it good for now, because I don't want to bring her key noise.
So you pull up to the edge, and you end there. Next will be Karhale, still 45 feet up. What would you like to do?
I'm on the ground now.
I meant she's 45 feet above you.
Oh, I was confused. Well, I'm technically... Oh, wait, with my dex save, am I prone or no?
You are prone.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Did I roll a dex save?
I would say you did roll a dex save, and you passed the dex save, right? You got a 20.
Yeah, it was a dirty 20.
I feel like with a dive from the air, though, I really can't see
No,
that.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I think you're still prone. It
Okay.
helped you avoid sharp edges and taking more damage than you would have.
Yeah, I did a little tuck and roll, but that's the best we could do. Still on the ground.
I mean, like, if you had just jumped kind of thing, but you had, like, dived down, and that was, like, head first. So this was
it's
just
fair. It's fair, and I'm not mad. I'm going to get up, and I'm going to use the rest of my movement going towards her, and then I'm going to throw my Mombele at her, because it's a thing I forget I have.
So you expend half of your movement to stand. So you have 20 left. You go start climbing. You get 10 feet up. She's still 35 feet
I was on the ground.
Oh, okay. She's kind of directly above you. So you don't actually, you probably have to move maybe 5 feet or so, give or take. But yeah, you're good. How far can you throw the Mumbella?
The range is 2060.
2060. You'll have disadvantage on this attack. Double disadvantage because it's dim, because you can't see very well.
What's the other disadvantage?
1, because you're outside of the 20 feet. That is your initial range.
I mean, can I get out of that range and get to a proper throwing range?
You would have to climb because she's 45 feet up. So 20 feet, if she were 20 feet above you, you could throw it without the imposed disadvantage. But since you're above 20 feet, because the Mambele can only throw 20 feet without being at disadvantage.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, I'll climb. I thought I was close enough without climbing.
You have 20 feet left. 10 feet up, you'll still be out of distance, even then.
Okay.
You'll still have disadvantage.
I'll make it reckless and only do it'll only be 1 disadvantage.
Okay.
That is, I told you I cannot add 7s to save my life. Oh wait, I'm not adding 7. Oh wait, yes I am.
7 is the worst though.
21
admittedly.
To hit.
21. Got you. Okay. So your Mombele, with a reckless attack, she's just gonna take it, actually. So she, instead of pinging it off of her, she'll just take the hit. So go ahead and do that damage, but I don't think it's rage damage because it's thrown. I'm pretty sure your rage damage only applies to melee attacks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, but I'm gonna double check.
Yes, melee weapon attack.
Melee damage with strength weapons specifically. Okay. So that is
you can still knock her out. Come on, you got this.
That is 7.
Right on. She's looking bloodied.
Okay. I'll take it.
Is that a knowledge keyword? Bloodied.
It is. But that, keep in mind though, Anala, that if someone has like more than 100 hit points or something like that, bloody doesn't mean that much. It could mean that they still have 100 hit points. It just means that they're a half.
With my second attack, say hi.
Like if they have 200, it just means that they have half, which is 100. So it doesn't necessarily mean sleep will work.
With my second attack, I'm gonna throw dagger because I can.
Okay. So you whip out a dagger and you chuck that at her. Go ahead and roll to hit. At disadvantage.
It's reckless, so it's just 1.
Yes.
Nathan's not here. That's a 17 to hit.
17 barely hits. She'll take it.
And yeah, that is gonna be a whole 6 damage.
Woo! In half.
Hi.
Okay. So you do both attacks
for me,
and that's your turn. No bonus action for you today?
No, because I'm raging.
Got it. And so then next will
No
be
bonus actions I can do while
Inala.
I'm raging.
Inala, you're at a distance from her. You can shoot at her though. You can definitely take a shot at her if you'd like.
Oh. She's just gonna put up her stupid shield. Sure. I'll try again with one of my poison arrows.
Okay. She's 45 feet up. You're about 20 feet up. Yeah, you're in range to not have disadvantage on this. So go ahead and take another shot, but you don't have advantage on the roll, so you don't have sneak attack at the moment. Unless you hide first to take an attack. Though you probably don't really have anywhere to hide on the side of the building right now. 26. You do see some people poking their heads out and like seeing you and like and shutting the door next to you and everything. 26 to hit, definitely hits.
Ooh, get it.
But
Finally.
she will shield again. She's okay.
She can shield 26?
She can shield. She's. Oh wait, that's a 26. You said 26.
Yeah, 26.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It doesn't work. It would.
I was like, I thought you said that it
I was
didn't
about
do it.
to
Go ahead and roll that damage, ma'am. Your arrow hits finally, and you have
Thank
poison
you.
damage too.
It's gonna throw hands.
May the
Did not
dice
work.
gods bless your damage dice with enough damage to take this hoe out.
Amen.
You have the D8 plus 2d6, and your regular dexterity modifier.
Eight piercing damage, and then for my you said 2d6s?
2d6s, yes.
Okay. Seven for the 2d6s plus so my dexterity modifier, so that's 3.
Mm-hmm.
So am I adding the 3 on to the 2d6s? Right?
Technically, it's added on to your piercing damage.
Okay.
But it doesn't really matter in this case because she doesn't have resistances to either of those. So it's just all damage together. So she's looking pretty rough, actually. She's not liking this. So as she's focusing down below and she tries to cast banishment on Kanari and she goes up higher and then she takes a couple hits from Karhale, but she's still just laughing maniacally, looking down at Karhale and being like, "You can't really do anything, can you?" Then she takes an arrow to the back of her shoulder.
Why
And
don't you
her
come
head
down here and see?
Wibbles back. And she's like, "You!" And she's boiling in fury right now. So now is going to be any bonus action, Anala. You can try to hide. You can dash to get closer if you'd like. You can try to use an object that you have. Up to you.
I'll get closer.
Okay. So you start climbing closer. You get 30 feet closer. She's still about 15 feet above you, hovering in the air above you. But you're kind of, so you can start like kind of climbing at an angle so that she's not so high. But you're still about 10 feet off from her no matter what. And next will be, you guys start to hear, so as people have started reacting to your guys' fight and everything, you do start hearing a bell in a distance. And it's also reminiscent of the bells that you guys heard back when those night crawlers appeared near you guys. The lizard mounted patrollers, basically. So you do hear that bell starting to go off, and you remember it took a couple rounds for them to arrive, but they are fast as heck. So you hear that. You think that someone must have called the cops, basically. And with that, starts with Kook, and she goes, and she's looking kind of bloody. Some of the blood is dripping from her leg and dripping onto the ground far below where Kanari's at. She's like, "This is so frustrating. I just really want to kill all of you. Why won't you guys just lie down and die? It's so frustrating."
Well,
guess this is it then. Very annoying. Okay, so here we go. And she claps her hands together and then she pulls them apart. And now you guys see a brewing vision of bright orange energy between her fingers. And they kind of start to expand and takes on the shape of what almost seems like a flower, like a rose from a distance. She's like, for you, my love. She blows it out from between her hands and it comes down in this like sparkling orange energy, falling until it lands between Karhale and Kanari. Well, Kanari's actually not on the ground. Sorry, Karhale's the one on the ground. She's the one she was oh, that's so annoying. You guys are split up.
Hey, good pack tactics. Am I right?
Actually that changes things because Kanari's not on the ground. She's near her, which is a little bit less fun for her. So instead, it's gonna be. I'm sorry, choices. Okay. Instead, she casts it on you, Kanari. She sends a fireball towards you.
Very well.
Might as well. It's fine. She casts this.
It's a dexterity saving throw.
She casts it at a level. Wait, what level does it have to be higher? Yeah, she'll cast it at level 4. Cast a level 4 fireball and dexterity saving throw. Yes, you'll automatically take half. She knows this, but she's doing it anyway because she's kind of dumb and she likes her fireballs. So she sends it at you, burning the side of the building. It sets the entire thing on fire and explodes this corner of the building where you're standing. So 1, give me a dexterity saving throw as you're trying to regain your footing, and then 2, dodging the flame and burning fire.
18.
18. You pass, which means you take 0, which is very annoying for her. But you jump out of the way, cartwheeling out of there. Go ahead for the second one.
How much damage would it have been?
How much damage? Oh, I mean, I'd have to roll for it to find out.
I'm debating on if she wants to take some damage.
Your choice.
Sure, I'll go ahead and take half damage.
Okay. So you come in to take half damage. You drop the dodge. You just take it. But go ahead and roll me the dexterity saving throw to dodge out of the way. Sorry, to regain footing because she exploded the ground that you're standing on, the side of the building you're standing on.
Like the whole building's crumbling?
No. Just the area you're standing on. It's an explosion, right at the ground. And it's not a very solid building. It's made out of wood. So it's catching fire no matter what.
16.
But 16, yeah, you jump to the side. You're still hanging on. It's going to be difficult terrain, though, from, leaping off of this thing. You're kind of, maybe 5 feet deep, but it's not that dramatic or anything. But it is going to be difficult to kind of traverse as you're standing there. So, now you take...
Fine.
Okay.
I don't have nearly the amount of hit points you do, girl.
96.
That's why I keep trying. I'm sorry, did you say how many?
Oh,
96.
96. I thought you said 96.
No. You're good. It's not that
I
much.
thought you said 96 as in 90.
Yeah.
7, 9.
And then I was like, 4.
I'm rolling so badly for damage, guys. It's so dumb. 2.
I thought Kanari was dead.
I was a little worried for half a second. I'm not gonna lie.
13. And then
That would kill me outright.
15.
96.
If I was low enough, it would kill me outright.
Okay, so that's 20 points. 12 points of damage. Fire damage.
Oh, yeah. All right, I get another key point back, and she kind of just stands there and she takes it. It's kind of
the fire kind of starts to absorb into you.
Yeah,
breathing it in. You're like that one guy from X-Men First Class who absorbed energy.
I don't know,
but yes, everything catches flame around you.
And she kind of in what's her name? Kook's mind. She hears, "I can take it better than Nemo ever could." That's why I'm better than you and him. Which is a little mean emo, but oh well.
Ooh. Also, by the way, starting next turn, you will take 1d6 of fire damage just because everything's on fire around you. So you're just standing in fire.
Fair enough.
As everything's set aflame and it's glowing and it's glinting off your skin. Okay, so that was her action. With her movement, she's just going to. I don't think she has any bonus actions, does she?
How
So
much property
no.
damage have we caused
No,
in the last 48 hours?
She's going to use her bonus action to telekinetically shove you again, Kanari. So she's going to shove ya, and she's going to try to shove you.
But you
What is she going to do? You're not standing at the edge anymore. You're standing kind of in. Will that do anything? Probably not. She'll just shove you 5 feet back. It's fine. Go ahead and roll me a strength saving throw.
You might put it on. Strength saving 22.
Yeah, you feel this little tap on your shoulder and you kind of shrug it off and ignore it. Yeah. So she's gonna use her movement though to move away from you. So she flies. She flies 30 feet higher above where you're at.
Ugh.
So now she is 40, about maybe 35 feet higher than you are. She is very high in the air. She's actually contemplating leaving. This might be the beginning of her making her way away, but she ends her turn moving away from you upwards. And okay, so now next in the lineup will be Kanari, Karhale.
Now I don't know what to. There's nothing to do. I mean, I can't jump 30 feet.
She's really hurt, and she might not stick around because, like, you don't stick around. 1 against 3.
Okay. I will pull out a dart because that is what I have, and I will throw it at her.
A dart. Okay, go ahead and give me your free perception check to see if you can locate her where she's at. She is beyond 30 feet.
24.
Okay. You know where she's at. Go ahead and throw that dart, ma'am.
Man, this is annoying.
Oh, okay. You do take 3 points of fire damage, by the way.
You were completely right. We didn't. I'm gonna use or like spice.
3 points of fire damage, by the way.
Okay. That's just an 18 to hit.
Okay. 18 to hit. You know what? It does hit.
Okay.
And for the dart, she takes the dart. Go ahead and roll that damage.
That is 9 points of damage.
Oh, that's really good.
That's the one thing about a monk is that basically whatever tool you use, you get your monk die damage.
Nice.
So
that is cool. Bonus second attack.
I'll throw another one. I have 10. Ooh, that is a 24. 25.
4 definitely hits.
That's 9 more points of damage.
Ooh.
And
Where is it?
I don't think I can do anything else. So I guess I'll. How far is it from the building I'm on to the next building? Like across 10 feet?
Yeah. About less than that, honestly. They're kind of
I'll run and jump to the next building so I'm not standing in the fire.
Okay. Good. I was about to ask. So you leap over to the next building, and people are like screaming at this point. The smoke is rising in the air. People are like starting to stream out of the building, looking up at what's going on. People are like, buckets, buckets, bring buckets, and everything. And you guys hear even more alarms starting to go off in the distance. You even hear people calling, bring the clerics. There's a fire. We have to bring the clerics and everything. At this point, at a distance, yes.
I know it's my turn next. And
Yes.
I don't know if this will affect what it is you're saying, but Karhali's going into the building.
She's going to go into the building? The one that's on fire. Okay.
That's on
so
fire.
You run over to the building. There's no doors on this end of the alley. They're on the other side of the alley. There's only windows and such. But if you'd like, you could break a window to get in or knock on it and see if someone will open a window for you.
How badly is the building on fire?
You can see it starting at the top. Within a few seconds, it's starting to spread, but it hasn't spread to the bottom yet. It's not on fire on the bottom yet.
Okay.
It's only the first 3 levels. Top 3 levels. It's about 5 levels high.
I'm going to climb up to the top, and she's wanting to try to get people out.
You are going to start trying to get people out. Okay, so you're ignoring the fight, basically, right? Yeah. Okay, so you abandon the fight and you take off into the building. Sorry, did you say you broke the window?
I was going to get up, like climb up to the top and then break a window. Get up.
Oh, okay, get up higher.
It's not really burning at the bottom. Yeah, I don't want to deal with the hassle of people freaking out that I'm breaking into their house.
That's true. So you start climbing up the side. People are streaming out. You guys can hear them streaming out, but they're streaming out on like the far side of the building from where you guys are at. So as you start to climb up, you get up as high as you can. Go ahead and roll me a dex check, actually. I forgot to have Kanari roll for this earlier for climbing.
Okay. That's a 14.
Okay. You keep
on
climbing
at disadvantage.
Oh, good. I was about to say. So you keep on climbing. You get as high as you can get with your movement, halved and everything in these few seconds here. The fire is spreading steadily but surely. You get to a window at this level, and you're about the 3 levels up. So you're right at where the fire is starting to lick at. So you break a window and you climb in through the shards and everything, trying to kind of like give me actually a acrobatics check to see if you take any damage from the shards.
5.
Oh, 5. You do take just a single. Oh, well, that's the highest the D4's rolled for a little bit for me. 4 points of piercing damage as you kind of cut yourself.
And it maintains my range.
Nice. So you climb inside and you see this room is pretty much empty at this point. You see what looks to be it's some sort of living area, a bedroom, probably for a family. You see little kids' toys on one side of the room, but there's no one in this room.
Sorry,
people are starting to clear out.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, people are starting to clear out. So in this room, you don't see anyone.
Okay.
Visually.
I'm just gonna start yelling for people to get out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you start shouting, get out, people, go. And you start running through. You come out of this initial room and you peek into the hallway. You do see the fire is like the smoke is spreading down here and it's starting to clog up the air where you're breathing. Being that you're tall, you're kind of this building's not made for someone as tall as you are, so you're like right at the edge, kind of like needing to hunch your head a little bit in. But the smoke is also crowding up at that area too, and it's starting to affect you to cough. Like it starts to fill your lungs as you're in here. As long as you're in here, so go ahead and give me a Constitution check just for now.
Not a save, just a check.
Just a check. It'll get harder as you go up. This is just a DC 10 check as you're first initially entering the building.
It's natural 20.
Natural 20.
So that is 23.
Still a disadvantage because this is just
okay, that's still pretty good. What's my con? 16.
16. Okay, yeah, you're good. So you're starting to cough, but you're taking it, and you start to run through. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you look for people. But so switching from you to Anala. Anala, you do see Kook rising even higher into the sky. And it's dark. You can't really see her very well. The fire is actually lighting up a bit. You can see where Kanari is and jumped to another building. But what's her name is way too far out of the range of the fire to have the light affect her. She is presently 45 above the building, so she's 80 feet up. You're about 20 feet. She's about 60 feet out of range. You could still take a shot at disadvantage if you'd like.
I mean, does it look like she's leaving, or is she still?
Seems like she might be trying to take off. She looks really rough.
Okay. Then I'll just to kind of make sure she's actually leaving, I'll just kind of go to the top my word, I can't speak. The top of the nearest building just to kind of get a better view of her to make sure she's actually leaving.
So you use your regular movement to get up there. The rest, you use your bonus action dash to get up all the way and kind of stand up and see. She does seem to be not turning back towards you guys. She seems to be taking off into the darkness.
You could shoot her again if you want. You still have your action.
Please do.
You'll
And
still
you're
be at
within range now.
She's out. She's she's still 45 above the building. She's still 45 above the building.
45 is not out of her range, is it?
She can't see beyond 30 without it being dim lighting.
Oh.
You know, if it looks like she's leaving, then I'll just leave her. But I'll just kind of sit there for another minute or two to make sure she's actually gone.
Okay, so as you're kind of keeping an eye on her, making sure she's not turning around, because to an extent, it is what it seems to be. She seems to be moving away. Who knows what she's actually doing? But she seems to be moving away, and as you're keeping an eye on her and everything, do you want to prepare your action in case she changes her mind?
Yeah.
Okay, what would you like to do on trigger if she comes back?
Just shoot her again. Or tried to.
You could cast sleep on her.
Am I even close?
Check the range on the spell for.
I mean, it's better to waste it and it not work than for it to because it could work.
Creatures within 20 feet of a point you choose within range.
Dang it. Yeah. Dang it. You don't have any other offensive spells?
The spells I have really suck. I mean, I have color spray, but I think I need to be. Yeah, creatures within 15 feet. Yeah, none of the ones I have would work.
Okay. Oh well, just a thought.
Yeah.
No worries. But do you? So you hold your action with sleep if she comes back, right? If she comes back into range.
Or an arrow. It's up to you for that.
Up to you. Yeah.
Holding it.
She is looking very rough at this point, at least from what you saw when she took off. And
with
so
as not sleep.
Notched arrow ready for her if she turns back. You kind of staying sentinel. You watch as the fire is growing up below you guys. Karhale, you're within the building. Anali, you see her disappear into the building to try to help. Kanari, you're on top of one of the buildings. At this point, I would say, okay. So after Anala's turn, and the fire is growing, the alarms have been going off for a bit of time now. It is now at a point where you guys, the only one who would notice this is Anala, actually standing at the top of the building where she's at, kind of keeping an eye on what's her name as she's trying to make her way, fly away. What you notice though is at a distance, you do see, because of your dark vision and the help your dark vision gives, actually give me a perception check.
Natural 20.
Nice.
So with a 23 in total.
Wow. Okay. So you definitely notice from the distance, in the direction of where the bell's ringing is coming from, you see creatures traveling over the buildings at a wicked speed. It's wicked fast. These lizards that you've seen before, you recognize them. They're the Komodo lizards that the police force basically uses for the night patrollers. They are very fast, and you've experienced them. You are presently within the Scriven ward, actually.
Okay. Just wondering.
Yeah, this is the ward of education. This is where Yasna would have had her set up, basically, her lyceum. But not only do you see these crawlers, Anala, you also see a creature you recognize, actually, because you've experienced this once before, back when you were dealing with the ethereal, working on a job with them. At a distance, you see what looks to be an inquisitor leaping from one building to another, closer to you guys. The beak of this creature's mask, glinting with moonlight, and the dead eyes within its sockets, even visible from here. The void that is part of the eyes of this creature's mask. Whether it's human or not, you're not really sure. But it's huge. You can see it, even in this darkness, at a distance. Lucky that you did. Very lucky that you did. So, with that, we come down to Kanari's turn. Kook takes her rest of her movement. She books it. She's out of there. She flies upwards and out. The Shaitan here no longer. But not everyone knows that.
Does the Inquisitor see her flying away?
I'm going to say, did it see it flying away? Because, I mean, she was around for a while.
Because the Inquisitor, I seem to recall the Inquisitor's masks being able to, basically, they're just a permanent casting of detect magic.
Mm-hmm. Casting, like, as far as their understanding of it, that's what it was, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just out of meta curiosity, is Karhale technically magic?
Karhale has magical powers.
But she's not using them.
She's not presently using them. And Nala also has magical powers, also not presently using them.
So if
Kanari also has magical powers. Kanari is more of a magical being than the other two of you, because she has she's a Kalishtar. But that doesn't necessarily mean that much. It just means that she's got more of a magical aura going on, which good amount of people might.
It's not like this guy sees the four of us. He's going after Kook.
You guys do have magical items, though. Kanari definitely has two different.
We're allowed to have magical items. It's not illegal.
Yeah, as far as you know. Yes. So.
Yeah,
at this point, only Anala is aware of this creature coming towards you guys. Kanari and Karhale have never encountered this creature yet. But Anala, it's still at a distance. As far as how well it's running and leaping and traveling, it's fast. But it probably won't make it to you guys for a couple rounds. Maybe. The only reason that you were able to see it was because you had this vantage point up above.
I'll let them know over the earpiece. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So DM, how far is Kook at this point? She's like way up there.
She is presently another 30 feet up, another 60 feet up, actually, because she used her main action and her regular movement to get farther away. So she is more than 100 at this point.
There's nothing I can do. So, unfortunately, knowing that there's no way I can hit her, I will jump back across the building, and I will try to help make sure that people are out of the building, I guess.
Okay. So you leap down to one of the side windows, also breaking the window going inside. Or do you try to go in through the hole at the top where the fire is?
Nah, I'll go through one of the side. Whatever looks easiest. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll say that you don't need a dexterity check to try to not get cut as you go through. You're just skilled at that in general. But as you go through, the smoke is filling the building very thickly at this point. So give me a Constitution check at disadvantage because of your exhaustion.
Check. I don't want to make a Constitution check. Disadvantage is 15.
15. Okay, you're good for now. Next, Karhale, go ahead and make me a new one as you're looking around. And what was your perception check as you were looking through the building?
I hadn't made it yet, so I'll make it now.
Kanari, you're looking for people as well, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a perception check at advantage because of your abilities.
18.
24.
You guys have since heard about the Inquisitor coming your way, by the way. And you said 16 and what was it, 24?
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
18.
18 and 24. Nice. So, Karhale, as you're pushing through, you do see what looks to be an older man trying to get up out of a chair at the center of one of the other rooms as you're kind of making your way through this kind of like apartment. And you see him pulling himself up out of a chair, but he's very slow and he's coughing on the smoke as he's trying to get up and moving out towards the door to get out of the building. And you see this, Karhale, around the time that Kanari is presently coming into a room. Is it full of people or not? Okay, you see, Kanari, you come into the side of the building. You come into a room of people that haven't woken up yet, actually. These people are all presently asleep, haven't woken up from the chaos going on outside yet. It seems to be a couple in the bed at the front of the room where you're entering. And it seems like they're not alone here. There's enough lived space here that, you can't see. You feel two creatures laying in this bed. Karhale, though, you see this old man. What do you do?
I'll go up to him. Is there anyone else in here? Just you?
No, I think it's just me. I send my grandchildren down ahead. They're faster than an old man.
Well, with me, you're going to be faster than them. Let's go. And I'm going to pick him up.
Yeah, he's a light sack of potatoes here. You pick him up, kind of fireman carry. He's like, oh, watch my back, dear. But you do start taking him down the hallway. You break out into the corridor of the apartments here, and you see multiple people kind of streaming out the side stairs and everything, making their way down. People are shouting and like, come on, let's go. And you see a mom kind of like bringing a couple kids, and one of them's crying for a toy that they left behind in the other room. She's like, no, come on, we have to go. Leave it behind. Let's go. And Karhale, you come out into this kind of chaos of a big group of people, just panic happening as people are trying to stream toward where the stairs are at. There's only one set of stairs in this building. It's not up to code. So people are packed, and it's kind of stopped at the stairs right now as people are streaming down from the upper two levels as well as this one, and it's pretty packed at the moment. Kanari, Karhale, new Constitution saving throw. This time a higher DC.
It's a 16.
The old man above you, by the way, goes limp as he's been coughing and he can't seem to get a breath in. You got 16, you said? Sorry, what was it?
16.
Okay, good. You're good. So you're still like it's still filling your lungs, but it's hard. This guy is presently unconscious. He cannot breathe. So he has a couple minutes. According to he has probably not very long being an old man as he does without breathing, but he can't seem to get a breath in at the moment. He's been up here for a little bit longer than you have so far. Then Kanari, you do see this couple that's still asleep in bed. What do you do?
I would be kind of, everybody get up, and kind of like,
They wake up and like they kind of freak out, screaming, and then they hear you shouting, "There's a fire!" They're like, "Wait, what? There's a fire? Dear, let's go. There's a fire!" And she shakes her husband awake, who still didn't wake up from that shouting from you. He's like, "Oh," and he sits up and he pulls. He's like pulling at his ears, and he pulls out like what seems to be little wax to like plug his ears and everything. He's like, "What?" She goes, "Dear, we have to go. There's a fire. We have to go. Get the children." And he goes, He freaks out immediately, jumps up, and takes off into the other room from where Kanari's at. But the woman gets up behind and she's like, "Thank you. We're very hard sleepers. I'm surprised we slept through this. Kids." And she kind of ignores you, like kind of forgetting about your existence as she takes off into the other room.
Yeah.
Carholly, you're out in the hallway, and the people are packed at this moment, and this man is not breathing on your shoulder. And Nala, you do see that Kook has drifted away. Do you want to go down to the building, to the burning building where your friends are, or do you want to stay out here, kind of see what happens with the Inquisitor as you see getting closer and closer?
I'll make my way down, kind of keeping an eye on the Inquisitor, but also like kind of hear if anyone needs help.
Okay,
you do people in the buildings.
You do hear generally screaming so far, but go ahead and roll me a perception check for anything specific.
17.
17. Okay, so as you're kind of keeping an eye on the Inquisitor, but you focus your attention down on the building that's burning, you do hear. It's not actually something you hear because the cacophony of screaming is rising above anything specific that you might be able to hear through the din. But you do see through one of the windows that seems to be clouding up and even glowing orange, almost as though there's flames within the room. You see what looks to be someone silently like banging at the window, someone smaller. And you see just these hands like banging at the window, trying to like lift it, but it won't seem to budge. And you notice this as you're kind of like casing the building. But then you glance up and you see the Inquisitor getting even closer at this point. You see Kook is presently off in the distance. She's pretty much disappearing into the night for you, but you can still barely see her. What do you do?
I'm gonna go help the kid.
At this point, so right now you're on the far side of the buildings. The one burning is on the far end of the alley, but the alley is only about 10 feet across. You can definitely try to make that jump. What is your strength?
0.
0. Okay. Wait, what is the numbers actually for beyond the modifier? Is it an 8 or a 9?
It's a 10.
It's a 10. Okay, so this is going to be a tight jump for you. You know you're not as strong as maybe your dad is, and he can make these jumps easy. But for you, it might be a little bit more. So you back up 10 feet and you run to take a leap. It's right at the edge of what you can take. You know that actually. Do you still want to take that jump?
Yeah, what the heck not.
Okay, so you run out, leap. Go ahead and roll me a athletics check. At disadvantage because you are tired. This laugh, is this a good laugh, a bad laugh?
4.
Bad laugh, okay.
Yeah.
So you leap after taking your running jump and you're like, I'm gonna save that kid. And your arc goes downwards and you do not make it. You make it about halfway across the alley before you start arcing down. But you're still about to slam into the side of the building. So as you're arcing down, you didn't make it across to the other roof, but you're coming down and slamming from the angle of your jump and fall now. So go ahead and give me a dexterity check, saving throw at this point to latch onto the side of the building as you're falling. It's going to be hard just because you're falling.
24.
Okay, that's great. So you latch on to the side of the building. You're going to take 4 points of bludgeoning damage from slamming into the wall, but you latch onto one of the shutters as you do, and it swings out a little bit, and you kind of freak out, intense, like stress and everything as it swings back, and you're still staying on, and you hear it even crack a little bit, and the part of the shutter breaking off, but you're still holding on. You're like, okay, I'm good. So you take that damage. The fire's spreading downwards, and you are presently maybe about 20 feet away from where the window is that you located originally with the person crying from within it. You can start making your way that way. You only used about 10. Some of you make it most of the way there, but you're right at the edge before before we you're right at the edge there, before you see what looks to be the fire itself getting higher, and the hands have now disappeared from the window pane. They're no longer banging at the window. They disappear entirely, but you can get the rest of the way there. You're at the window, and it's not broken. This one. You can try to pick the lock on it, the latch, to open it from with your knife, your lock picking set, or you can try to break it if you'd like. But as you decide that, going back to Karhale and Kanari. So Kanari, you run into the next room, and the couple is trying to collect their children, and they stumble out into the corridor, and it's tight as well. It's like there's too many people in this building, and like I said, it's not up to code. There's one staircase that goes down, and it's swamped full of people. So they start trying to force their way in, but they're like, I don't think we're gonna get out of here. But go ahead and give me a Constitution check.
Yeah.
Disadvantage. Karhale, one new one.
14.
14. Okay, good. You're solid. 21. You're solid as well. Okay. So, Kanari, do you want to help the family? What do you want to do?
So Kanari's gonna keep yelling. So if there's anyone in the next room, she's waking them up as well.
Roll me a charisma check.
What?
Roll me a charisma check. Performance to see how loud and how forceful you can shout and gain people's attention.
That's a 8.
8. Okay. You don't see anyone else stumbling out of different corridors, the different doors within the corridor. But you are shouting, keeping up with it. It's mixing it.
How far is that room from me?
Okay. You have there seems to be right now I'm describing the corridor that's outside of this apartment specifically, but there seems to be within your view, without stepping into the corridor, you have maybe 3 doors in front of you, and it seems to extend down. This is a whole line of apartments.
Is there anyone within 30 feet of me that I could just mind link to and yell at them in their head to wake up and go get everyone else out?
Oh, yeah, you see at least 12 different people running down the hallway and crowding into the crowd that is presently, like, you can smell and hear the screams of people like, hurry, we have to get down, this is the only staircase, we have to get down. And so you know that that's where the staircase is at. And you hear,
I met someone who's asleep
people
maybe
spread
in
out
the next rooms, like in the next room.
In the next room, you're not
close enough.
You're not close enough to know, and they're through doors, like closed doors. But within the hallway, you see other people.
Well, she'll try to tell someone in their head to like go try to wake up people. But is there a window nearby?
There are windows within the apartment that you just left. Yes.
None in the hallway.
Have rope.
In the hallway,
that's what I'm doing.
In the hallway, it's closer to the inside of the building, so all of the windows would be within the apartments that are on both sides.
Then she's going to yell at the people in the back that says, like, I'm going to help you out the window. Let's go. And I'll break the window and lower the rope down and hold it. So try to help me climb down the rope.
And then the mother, she's like, oh, bless you. Honor, bless you. Thank you so much.
Let's go. We don't got time for this. Let's go.
She's like, oh, okay. And she runs to the door. The husband, it was about to try to bundle his kids. He's pulled like blankets and he's wet them with water that was in the apartment and everything.
Yeah.
And you can't really like hear anything from the kids because they're muffled through the blankets and everything, but you can hear something. So you assume he must have them. He's like, wait, honey, where are you going? And she goes, the window. She's dropping a rope through the window. And so he nods. He quickly like kind of
I'm trying to get everyone in the back of the crowd.
So you start shouting at the people in the corridor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so then you hear people starting to turn around and like, wait, what? And people starting to realize that someone tapping their friend, tapping, and people are starting to
help as many as I can through the window, basically.
That's okay. So as a whole crowd of people surge towards you, as you are now the other option in getting down, as people are not very, like, there's probably about 50 people piled up, like, trying to get into the stairs, but it's tight. They all come careening towards you. So go ahead and give me how do you want to try to control the surge so that they don't overwhelm you in trying to lower people one at a time? Because you might lose, like, the chaos might make it so that you can't lower them down very well. You start lowering down first the first mother, and she's strapping a child to her back, right, as you are kind of like setting it up and sending the rope out of the window. So go ahead and think about how you're going to calm down the crowd. But Karhale, you have the same issue going on your level. So Kunari's probably about one level above you, where the fire is like worse right now. You're one level below, but it's the same issue. People are crowding to the stairwell, and it's bad. There's a lot more on your level because they haven't been able to get out yet. So about maybe 70 or so.
I was thinking of doing that anyway, so good job, Kanari, for doing it first. But I'm gonna do the same thing. I've got my night silk rope. I'm gonna let them down.
Okay. So you shout out to the crowd around you, trying to get their attention. Yeah. So since Kunari has a mental link, she's able to whisper directly to people's minds. And so she's been like whispering, like, there's another way out, come to the window and everything, and like getting their attention that way. For you, since the chaos and the shouting and the screaming is so loud, go ahead and give me a charisma check, either persuasion or not deception, just persuasion check, please, or performance. For
persuasion, thank you.
In this chaos, as you start running back toward the open doors into a window.
I'm gonna use my big ass Goliath lungs, and I'm gonna yell at these people with my intimidating voice to
amazing
get here. 17. No,
17.
16.
16. Okay, so with a 16, you just barely make it. You're getting the attention of maybe some of the edges of this crowd here as they start to like turn around, and you're shouting, come on, over here. There's another way out. And so a couple of them start like poking at the others, and you have a bit of a surge toward you, but not as much as for Kunari, because she was able to get more of an attention through her mind link here. But people are starting to trickle towards you as you run back towards the other way, and you start lowering the rope out of the window. Do you send the old man first, who is presently unconscious? Okay.
Oh, so no, I'm going to send someone conscious down first. Then they're going to help me get him down.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you see this middle-aged lady coming up behind you. She's like got bright red lipstick that's smeared all over her face. She looks disheveled, like she was in the middle of sleep or maybe something else. But and so she gets to you and she's like, "You're gonna let me down, right? You're gonna save us, right?"
Yeah, and then you're going to help him get down, and you're going to get someone to help him. All right? Look at me right here. I don't give a shit what you want. You're going to do this, all right?
Roll an intimidation check.
This is fine. That's a 17.
17. Okay, she's like, okay, fine, I'll help. Just get me out of here, save me. But you start to lower the rope, and she starts to try to like tie some sort of harness around the older man. She's gonna roll a survival check for that. Pretty good. You look at the rope not tying that she's doing as you're lowering the rope down as fast as you can, and she seems to be doing a relatively good job. So as she starts to go down on the rope, she goes, "You're not gonna let go, are you?"
You're an idiot. Of course I'm not going to let go.
And she's like, "Okay." And she's very frightened as she starts to lower herself out of the window and everything. Give me a new constitution check. And you see some people are slow as they're trying to get to you. A lot of them, the smoke inhalation is getting to them. People are slowing down.
Significantly better. That's a 24.
Nice. You're still solid. So as people are starting to come towards you, she goes down first. The old man going down after her. How do you let down the old man, by the way?
I'm gonna let her go down. I'm gonna pull the rope up. I'm gonna tie it around his waist and then like lower him down to her.
Okay, this is gonna take time. You're about 30 feet up, and it's gonna take time per person. So as people start trickling into the door,
like, that was just for him. I was just going to tie the rope around his waist because he's unconscious. The rest of them can just climb down.
Exactly. No, it totally tracks. I'm saying that there's going to be at least a minute worth of them being like, "What are you doing? Why are you sending him out? We're alive. She's dead already. Like, let let us go. We need to live and everything. And people are freaking out. They're not going to let you, the pressure is going to start coming. So as about 10 people are crowding around you,
is there a way
you to let them down first?
Can I tie the rope to something in the building? So I don't have to be the one holding it.
As you look around, you find what looks to be a bedpost in this room. The bedpost might be heavy enough. And then an armoire that you could probably pitch down onto the bed to make the bedpost heavier.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tie it around that. Give me a survival check of just how well you can do this, to how stable this will be, how much weight it can hold.
Oh, dang, my survival's decent for me. 19.
19, that's really good. Okay, so you tie it. It seems pretty stable as you do so. So you've tied it up. The people are still pressuring you to let them go before the unconscious dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna let them start going down, and while they're going down, I'm going to give this guy some medical treatment.
Okay, so people will will be assuaged from their panic and everything by you letting them start to go down. But go ahead. Either which way, people are going to be panicked and trying to force their way to the front. So to keep control of the situation, give me a persuasion check. And then Kanari, what are you saying and what's your persuasion check?
First of all, how far am I off the ground?
You're a level above Karhale, so you're about 40 feet up.
40?
Mm-hmm.
On a third level? Okay.
Fourth. You're on the fourth level.
She's on the fourth level. I thought she's on second. Dang, okay. I genuinely don't know how to control the chaos in this besides just try to be
one at a time. Just intimidating with it?
Yeah, Kanari will start lightly punching people who get too close, who get out of line. I mean, that's
okay. I like it. Okay. Give me an intimidation check. And we'll say that that's with advantage because you are adding a physical aspect to this. You are bodily threatening them, and you're skilled, and they are not. So it is a frightening aspect as you punch the first guy that tries to cut his way in line.
Okay, so that's a 17.
17. Okay. The crowd itself seems to be assuaged for the moment. Anala, back to you. So Karhale, what was your role? Just to see where you're standing.
It was persuasion, right?
Yes.
So that's a dirty 20.
Oh, nice. So as you're trying to convince the crowd, please calm down. We can get more people out as fast as we can, as long as people are calm and and you're trying to calm them down that way. They are, at the moment, settled to listen to you. So, Anala.
Is there a second window in this room?
Second window. No, not in this room, but there's another one out in the other room within this apartment.
If I leave, though, they're all gonna... No, it's okay. I'll wait for what I'm doing for right now.
Yeah, probably not. Anala, you're at the window right there, and it's your choice whether you want to pick it or break it. What do you want to do?
I am going to take my hammer and try to break it.
Okay, so you pull out a hammer and you kind of lodge your feet to where you don't need both hands of contact, and you pull out one of your pittons as well to have the sharp point to it, and you crack it once, twice, and you start seeing the spider cracking spreading around the window. But it's a hammer with a sharp edge and everything. You're good to go with breaking a window this way, Mm-hmm. So then you break it with your elbow to finish the job, and it shatters around you. So go ahead, you climb in. You don't have to roll an acrobatics check to make sure that you don't cut yourself or anything. But this high up, the smoke is really bad here. So go ahead and roll me a constitution check, and it's going to be a pretty difficult check. It's thick, just smoke. There is almost no oxygen here, even when you collapse to the ground under the wave of the cloud of energy, cloud of smoke. I mean, billowing out of this window that you break. It almost all shoves out towards you as you break through it. Actually, the gas is kind of shoving at you.
19.
19. That's okay. Good. It's bad. You find the small pockets of oxygen still left at the ground as you crouch down, and go ahead. Also, roll me another Constitution check, and this is because of the heat. It is hot at this point for Karhale and Kanari. You guys will also start making heat checks as well. This is also a con save at disadvantage.
3.
3. Okay, so you take at this high up, you will take 4 points of fire damage, 2d6 of fire damage if you fail. So this is only 4 points though. You only took 4. I rolled low. I've been rolling low damage this whole time. But at this moment, before we return to what Anal is going on with Anal, let's take a break because it's.
I was about to say the same thing. I was like, can we take a break? Because I really had to.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. So we'll take a break. We'll come back to this.
Hello. What you drinking?
Hard cider.
Ooh.
I wanted another drink, but I feel like if I had another actual drink,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be a little tipsy because I haven't eaten much, and I gotta be sharp. Do you see this? Do you see these morons right here?
I do. You kicking their
Look at these idiots. Oh, I was going the wrong way. Look at these idiots.
They're so cute, though.
These morons. I'll move. Oh, wrong way, dang it.
You should bring them with you to Ren Fair.
Oh, they're so cute. I would appreciate not. I'll be allergic. I'm sorry.
That is true.
You're allergic to cats?
And dogs.
Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm. It's unfortunate. I mean, I still like cats. Like, I can survive. It's just unpleasant.
So Nathan has resigned himself to a petless life?
Well, he's always lived his life allergic to pets, too. He's allergic to cats and dogs.
Really?
But,
That works out well.
I mean, but he just accepts that he will be allergic. So I think he still wants a pet. But but that's just because it makes sense that he was allergic to a dog and just kept a dog anyway.
I would have guessed he wouldn't have wanted one. But I guess he did have the dog for a while. So.
Mm-hmm. Though granted, he wasn't in charge of the dog. It was more his dad's.
That's true.
Dog.
All he did was complain about that dog, though. Every time.
I was gonna say, I don't
Why is it in the
remember him ever
But
saying
you know,
anything pleasant.
He really liked it because he was still like the one that took. Like he like, well, but she needs some pets or she needs some love or a walk. Like so he'd like, but he's always like, I hate this dog. What did he? When we were on like FaceTimes and stuff, he's like, why is she in the room with me?
Yeah.
See, that's what I keep telling Jared. I'm like, yeah, you liked having a dog. That's because you weren't responsible for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, sure, you may have taken it out every once in a while, but you weren't responsible for it. That's a whole different ball game, my dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just these guys, these morons, they're enough for me. I'm good. I don't want a dog till I'm like tied to a location. And while I'm in an apartment, heck no.
Yeah, apartment with a dad was
Well,
not the
both of us
greatest.
are working full time. If both of us are working full time, what's the point of having a dog?
Yeah.
Because you never see the dog. The dog is at home by itself all day.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are
We're
fine.
not.
These morons are
They
fine.
like it that way. They're like, home. Dang it.
Like dogs get lonely. Dogs rip things up. Dogs need exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So, thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
It was beautiful. 5 stars.
Also, hard cider from Aldi, fantastic. Like half the price of the Angry Orchards and it's twice as good.
Buy
Nice.
some for
I'll keep it in mind. What was it called again? Hard cider.
From Aldi. It's just the Aldi. It's called.
I think it's Aldi's is a specialized store on your side of the country, right? Yeah. So I probably won't have it.
You guys don't have Aldi?
Never really heard about it until you.
You've got Trader Joe's though, right?
Yeah.
They're owned by the same company.
Oh, okay.
It's the same business model. They're just different stores.
Gotcha.
Trader Joe's is typically like a little more bougie.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what's owned by the same company?
Yeah.
Trader Joe's.
No, what? Trader Joe's and what?
Aldi.
Oh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's the
I
same
didn't know
business
that either.
model. They have their own in-house brands, cuts out the middleman for markups. That's why everything's so cheap.
Nice.
Is Aldi cheap? Or not Aldi? Trader Joe's cheap?
It's not really over here.
Over here, it's so
Depends
cheap.
what you're getting. Like, if I were to buy just like plain fresh chicken, yeah, that's gonna be a lot more expensive. But like the tea I buy at Trader Joe's, cheaper than Walmart.
That's interesting.
So like the shelf stable stuff is super cheap, but the fresh produce is bougie. Like I don't ever buy meat or produce at Trader Joe's. I just get the shelf stable and the frozen stuff. Because that stuff, like their frozen orange chicken, to die for. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was repping the Aldi's hard cider.
Which I don't have access to, but it's okay.
Oh,
Totally.
that's right. You're in a dry county.
I'm not. That's the thing. I don't
You're
know
not?
why. I don't know why where Josh Works is, but I don't know why they don't sell it here because we're not in a dry county. In our Aldi, I don't know.
Do they sell wine?
Not a drop in the Aldi. But Walmart has it.
Yeah.
It could be that it's just a lack of like people who want to buy it, so maybe they weren't making enough money on it to have a stock.
Maybe.
I
People
really doubt that though.
a lot of beer and like
Yeah,
hard liquors.
I mean, that's a good point. So it is surprising that they don't have it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a personal choice from the store owner. And he's just
Maybe.
like, I'm going to help our citizens.
All right.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Okay, guys. Sorry, parting comments, Aaron? You can go ahead.
Oh no, that's a whole separate thing. I'll talk about it when we go off live.
Okay, so back to this. Fire.
Oh my goodness, Ferguson, shut up.
Fire in the middle of the night. Chaos. Yelling, screaming, letting people down through a rope from both ends of the building, Karhale and Kanari. You guys actually, as you guys are poking your head out, kind of letting the rope down and then letting one person at a time going and everything. Not at a time, what am I saying? But like people kind of crowding down on this rope. You guys do see the same thing happening on different sides of the building. You guys are on the same face of the building, and you can see Karhale, you can see Kanari on the other side, kind of letting people down outside of that. Like way over there on that side of the building, and then Kanari, you can't see it, but you can hear people outside. Maybe they're doing the same thing. But yeah. So at this point, Inala breaks through the window into the room that was trapping someone. As you do so, and you land inside, and you're coughing, and it's bad in here. The smoke is bad. If you stay in here for very long, you might pass out. You know this inherently. As you land, though, you do take in the fact that someone is passed out right next to you. It's a little girl. She's laying on the ground. Her dress is kind of rucked up around her knees at this point, and she's kind of collapsed there. And it's fire. It's singed because the fire is looking within here. You got in here just in time, but she's probably taken some heat damage at this point. You're not sure if she's still alive. What do you do?
Oh, wow, you're talking to me. Wow. I thought you were talking to Kanari.
No, you. It's the little girl you're trying to save.
Yeah, little girl you're trying to save. You look around the room. There doesn't seem, at first look, it doesn't seem like anyone else is in the room. It's dark, but it's not dark, actually. There's fire. It's lighted because of the fire. Everything is lit up. The fire is painful. You took some damage on coming inside with the heat. But what do you do?
I don't
You see
see her
the girl's
kid.
hair is like singed and like starting to catch. You see what?
So I see the kid.
You see this kid, yes.
I do.
This is the only person you see. The room has a closed door, and you see what looks to be fire on the other side. You can see like smoke spilling out from below it.
Okay. But it's just the one kid in the room.
Roll me a
Right?
perception check.
Mm, 16.
16. You're looking around the room, and on first glance, you didn't see anyone else. You're looking around, and it seems to be the kid's room, seems to be like the kid's nursery almost, and seems to be the little kid, a 5-year-old girl. She seems to fit on that bed that's smaller sized for a little girl this size. But looking around further, you do see what seems to be a crib, but at the angle that you have down lower on the ground, you can't really see into it.
Do I hear anything?
You listen. You don't hear anything.
How far off the ground is she?
She's really low. She's presently like probably prone at this point to
No,
keep as much
I'm at
oxygen.
what floor?
Oh, she is probably on the 4th floor as well. A little kind of where Kanari's at, but on the closer to where the explosion happened side, where the fire would have taken started creeping in first.
Okay. So I'm gonna take the kid and I'll put them on my back so they're riding me piggyback style.
Mhm.
And then I'll
She can't hold on, so you'll still have to hold on to her even then, unless you want to try to strap her onto you. somehow.
Fireman.
You could do that too. It will take one arm though.
she won't be able to hold on to me, you said?
She's unconscious.
She's unconscious.
Oh, she is. Okay.
But totally could do the fireman carry if you
Yeah, I'll
want to.
do that. Yeah.
Okay, so you pull her over onto your neck and you start to stand up. Go ahead, roll me 2 new con saves. Not saves, just regular con checks.
2.
Mm-hmm. 1 for the inhalation and then 2 for the fire. It's heated up in here and it's hot. This girl doesn't seem to be doing too well.
12 and math. 14.
12 and 14. Okay, so 12 for the inhalation. You take. Oh, what does that do?
What kind of damage do you take for that, Liz? You don't know that off the top of your head?
Well, in this case, I don't think it would be damage. In this case, she's not able to breathe anymore. So you don't pass your first check. So you can't breathe anymore. You are presently like you can't catch a breath. You're just coughing too hard. You can't quite catch a breath. So from now on, as long as you stay within this building, you are suffocating. So you have, what is your con check? What is your con modifier?
My modifier, 12.
You take 4 points of fire damage from your second check, but it's not as much as it could have been. And then you take 12 for your constitution, so you have a +1 modifier, which means you can hold your breath for 1 minute and 30 seconds before you pass out. So you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to get out of here, out of the smoke, before you pass out. At this point, she's on your back. You're gonna have to make it to the window that seems to be your only exit. So how do you want to get out of here?
Okay, do I notice anything like I could tie a rope to the way I can just climb down through the window that way?
You look around the room and the fire is licking around. What kind of rope do you have? You have night silk rope, right?
Well, I have a regular rope that's 50 feet and then an uncuttable one that's 40 feet.
Okay, so you're high enough where the uncuttable one might not reach all the way down, but it also occurs to you that if you use the regular rope, it might be flammable to anything you tie in the room. But you do see a bedpost that you could, in theory, tie the rope to. It might not be, it's presently on fire, so it might not be the most stable thing, but it's the best that you can really see. There is a night table. If you wrapped it around the night table, you could do that. Okay, so your choices. You have a night table that's heavier and probably more stable, but it'll take more rope to wrap it around and bring you higher up the ground before you can land, basically. And you have the bedpost, which will take less rope to wrap around, but also might be more unstable.
I'll do the table then.
Okay, so you'll wrap it around the table, taking up extra 10 feet of rope just to wrap it around and get the nice knot and tie on it so it doesn't unlatch itself from it. So from the night table, you run over to the window. You have the rope falling out of outside. You have one hand on the girl and one hand on the rope. So do you start to climb down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you start to climb down, go ahead and give me a acrobatics check as you are trying to kind of finagle one arm climbing down with keeping her on your shoulder with the other arm as you start to go down with extra weight because you're not necessarily the strongest person.
23.
23, that's really good. So as you start making your way down, the wall, actually at this point you can't breathe. The smoke is so strong, the fire is licking on the insides. You see that the bed is caught. You see that the bassinet, the crib is also caught fire. You see the inside of the room, like the flame is breaking through the door at this point and coming through entirely. You'll take another parting 2 points of fire damage as you make your way out, but at this point, you also see the ceiling has been cracking, and it starts to cave in at the point that you're crawling out of the window. So as you start crawling down the rope, you're going quickly, smoothly, efficiently, and you make it to the bottom fast. Faster than a minute would make it for you, but you're out in the fresh air, so it doesn't really matter for the suffocation. You can start to breathe again as you're making your way down. But you do rescue this child. As far as you know, but she isn't moving on your shoulder. It's hard to tell whether she has a pulse or not, or if she's breathing at this point, but you do get her down to below. As you're making your way down, you see Karhale and Kanari also leading ropes of people down from the side of the building, from their ends. So circling to Karhale for Karhale.
Yeah, I do want to note for Anala, you do have med kits, and you are proficient with them because we trained in it.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
So you can stabilize this child.
Just
so,
no.
Karhale, go ahead and give me a strength check, by the way, for how many people you can hold on the rope all at once.
I tied it in a knot on the bedpost.
Oh, you're right. This is night silk rope, right?
Yeah, my night silk rope.
Okay.
I was about to give the one guy some medical attention to see if I could get him conscious, to see if he could get himself.
Okay, go ahead and give me a medicine check.
14.
So as you're trying to figure out a way to get him conscious, maybe with any of the herbs that you might have on hand, any of the drugs that you might have on hand, I don't think you'll have anything that can be able to, once he just can't breathe, he's suffocating. He needs to be out. So the only way he's going to be able to breathe again is if you can force oxygen into his lungs.
Is there another window?
Not in this room. You'll have to go to a separate room.
Okay. I'm gonna go jump out a window.
Okay. So you leave this guy on the floor, right? You have a line of people kind of going through.
I'm taking him and jumping out the window.
Interesting. Okay. You are 40 feet up. And okay. So you grab him, you run over to the other window. Any parting words for the people descending? They're like, where are you going? You're not going to help us? As people are just kind of like getting onto the rope and trying to get
First
down.
of all, I am helping you. Second of all, if I see any of you shoving, I'm going to come back up here and personally beat your ass into next year.
Roll an intimidation check.
Less great. Oh no, I've got a +3. I keep forgetting I'm good at that. 16.
16. The guy seems suitably scolded, and he seems like, okay, sure, well, right. And he starts like kind of
I'll be right back.
Along.
I'll be right
so
back.
You run out,
just
break the window, and the spray of glass shatters into the inner alley. As you do so, and you peer outside, you do see that the snow is kind of like melted at this point. There's no more remnant of the sleet storm, as most of it is melted away with the heat of the fire and everything spreading down lower into the building and the alley. But there seems to be no one down there in the alley except for the people collecting at the bottom of each rope. You also see Anala pulling her, starting to descend from a rope to the side as well. So as you throw yourself out the window?
Yeah.
Okay. So you
I've got this guy and I'm jumping out and I'm trying to like use myself to break his fall to minimize the damage to him.
Give me a survival check to see if you can minimize this damage well enough. Because I feel like acrobatics doesn't really make sense.
No, I'm
Athletics doesn't
cool.
really make sense.
No, I'm
Survival-
cool with that. My survival is
This
one
is
of my
interesting,
best
'cause-
scores.
It's one of those things, because even then, even if he is cushioned by you, a hard stop can kill people. And very delicate people can die from hard stops, even if he's cushioned by you. It's kind of like
Could
what
I?
happened with Spider-Man catching Gwen when she fell off the building
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
her neck. Like, that's kind of the consideration here. So 30 feet high, slamming down onto a hard, tough, muscular lady. We'll see. Give me a difficult survival check.
22.
22. Okay. So you slam into the ground. He's still not moving. He's been unconscious. You hit the ground hard without any like protecting of yourself, by the way. So that's gonna be
Yeah, that's fine.
$16 points of damage.
That's fine. So can I try to make another medicine check and see if I can do like some CPR or something?
Yes. You can make a medicine check and see if you can stabilize this man.
Okay.
Do you have a med kit with you?
I do.
Okay. It'll be difficult just because this guy's old and it's like it's this whole thing.
Okay. Math, please, math. I can't add. It's just the panic of the moment. I can't add.
You're okay. You're okay. Just breathe.
As
As you're hovering over this guy and your hands, you're trying to like snap some life into him,
16.
patting his cheek, trying to get his attention, using the medical kit as well as you can. 16. Just barely what you needed, as you can barely feel a pulse. You can
I thought
barely
I
feel a
failed.
pulse.
I'm not
trying to
gonna
help
lie. I thought I failed with that
Um,
roll.
and the glimmer of life there is such a relief that it makes you kind of like lose the adrenaline rush for a minute there, and you kind of sit back on your haunches and like bring just intake of breath, like just
I'm
frozen in
gonna
the
look
moment.
around for that lady I yelled at earlier.
You see her at the base of the rope, helping maybe the 4th, 5th person off of the rope at this
Oh,
point.
she is helping people. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna take this guy over to the group of people and just like accost one of them to make sure he doesn't die.
Okay, you find you accost this one like young guy. He seems probably around your age. You're like, make sure this guy doesn't die and everything, and he's just like, I've got my own problems to deal with. Why? Have someone else.
You're gonna have more problems, me, if you don't.
And you're like looming over him, like at least a foot taller than this guy is. Oh yeah, like definitely intimidating enough. And he kind of shrinks back. He's like, okay, make sure.
And I'm going back in.
Die. And
I'm
so he
going
kind of
back
like bends over, crouches down next to the guy, and looks at you warily as you go back up. So you start climbing up the side of the building, trying to make your way inside. At this point, the building is being okay. So as far as what's going on here, what you guys can see, it seems like there isn't so much activity on this side of the building, but you can hear what sounds to be the sound, like the sound of activity on the other side of the building. There seems to be people doing stuff, trying to fix this issue. And at this point, Carla, as you're climbing back up, you start feeling a haze of water, like not water. You start feeling rain, and you look up, and it's not raining. There's no clouds in the sky, but you do see what seems to be water just cascading over the edges of the building. You're not sure exactly where it's coming from, but there's water from somewhere. And it's starting to get to the flames, starting to sate some of the fire and everything. squelch some of the fire. And Nala, you make it to the ground with this child on your shoulder. What do you do with this kid? They are not, this little girl is not breathing.
She isn't breathing at all. No.
As far as you can tell. Roll me medicine
check. Yeah. $12.
12. Okay. So as you're checking and everything, there doesn't seem to be a pulse. It seems like she's been inhaling smoke for a while now, but you're not sure how far she's been gone at this point. But her heart's not beating. Do you want to try to stabilize her?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you expend one of your go ahead and roll me a new medicine check.
Mm-hmm.
Mark off one of the uses of your med kit. Same thing with Karhale, by the way. You mark off a use of the med kit, and then Inala, what did you get for a medicine check?
18.
Good. Really good. So as you're trying to help her, there's some tricks that you've learned in the past, some CPR, some herbs that you might have within the medical kit for instances like this that you can help to ease her breathing way, basically, and get the breath back into her. And you start pumping her chest, trying to get her heart beating again. And it takes a long time. There's no response. A long time. You're pumping, and your arms start to get sore, and you see people kind of collecting below you as the ropes that Karhale and Kanari have set up are saving different people. And it occurs to you that, like, maybe the one person you're able to help might not live. But in that moment, you feel her chest rise just a little bit after you're pumping. And you back off as she seems to be, like, choking on her own breath, on her own spit. But she's still unconscious. She doesn't wake up. But she seems to be breathing. Kanari, you are in your room, helping people down, getting people out, and you're just controlling a stream of people. You also tie the rope to something, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a survival check to see if you do it well enough to, like, not need the constant, like, supervision and everything, as it might break otherwise. Do you also have night silk rope?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Unflammable rope comes in handy.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Really good. So you tie the knot so well and to a spot that's so secure that a lot of people can go down this rope. And the rope is not a snappable rope either. It's relatively magical.
Right.
And, as you're leading people down, you are able to kind of, like, try to get as many people as you can going. So go ahead and roll me a new persuasion check for how well you can control the crowd to get as many people out as you possibly can.
Okay.
You're just like a constant stream of people just sliding down this rope.
All right. Ooh, 18.
That's really good too. So you have a really controlled setup basically here of people coming in, you getting to the rope and sending them down without anyone, like, freaking out. You're able to calm down some of the people that might be too afraid to go down the rope in this way, or might be shaking on the edge of the rope, and sometimes you might have to climb down and kind of, like, help relieve the anxiety of a certain few that might get stuck halfway down and stop up the traffic. But you get a really smooth, like, trail of people going down very fast. There's a crowd collecting at the bottom, even more than for Karhale, in the sense that she had had to pull away for a moment to save the old man and everything, and the chaos just wasn't going to be like, with no one controlling it, it's just going to be chaos anyway. But not as bad as it could have been if people weren't afraid of her. But yes, so at this point, Kanari, you're helping people along. Carhala, you get back up again, and you get back to controlling the rope and helping people out. There's certain obstacles that end up falling in the way. Sometimes, at a certain point, you realize that the ceiling might be breaking, but the fire also seems to be abating at this point. The weakness of the entire building seems to be permanent, though, and it seems like a bad situation that you guys were able to help rectify. But before anything drastic like the building caving in happens, you're able to get most of the people on your floors out. And you guys end up getting out yourselves at a certain point as well, without taking any. Oh, well, actually, go ahead. Roll me Constitution's checks, the both of you who are staying in the building throughout this escapade here.
18.
18. Okay. Well, roll me one more time, Carhale. An 18, and Kanari, give me 2 as well.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, Carhale.
What
The
is this again?
stuff are looking at your elbows, but you're not taking any of the heat. Kanari?
What is it again?
Oh, Constitution checks. Oh,
Oh,
disadvantage for both of you. I'm sorry.
Right.
Oh,
14.
I forgot on that one.
No worries.
That second one is the first one is a 12. And
Give
the
me a
second
second one as well, Kanari.
second one is a 16.
Okay. So for the first one, you do take You do take 12 points of damage, Carhale, as the fire starts to get to you. But you shake it off after that. And Kanari, what did you get for the second one?
10.
10. Okay, so for the second one, Kanari, you take 7 points of fire damage.
Okay.
As you guys are just kind of taking the heat as you go. But eventually, the fire seems to be gotten under control. The people on your floor abates. It seems like either everyone's gone down the stairs or everyone seems to be out the window at this point. You guys kind of do checks over the floor just to make sure that people are out. And you take some damage from the fire as you guys kind of like stick around a little bit longer. But at a certain point, you feel good about the emptiness of the floor. And you guys wind down the night as people are taken from their homes amidst this fight. People are at a loss. There's only a few deaths throughout the night, but nothing that you guys could really have foregoed necessarily. But as you guys kind of collect to the bottom of the building, the broken building that's presently, like, the flames have been controlled to where they're not spreading to other buildings. You guys see what look to be maybe clerics up above, raining water down from above, controlling any of the other flammable stuff in the vicinity. You guys find Anala in the crowd of people, onlookers, and survivors and everything. Anala with an unconscious girl in her arms. You guys find Carhala, you find the old man again. He seems to be doing okay, but he hasn't woken up yet. The young man who was set to watching him and everything seems to be doing so with only a small bit of begrudging agreement there. But you guys saved a lot of people today, and they seem to be looking at you guys with a lot of appreciation. You guys have a lot of people coming up to you with with crying of gratitude. Some of them coming up to you with questions about who you guys are, and what would you guys tell them?
We're the Shadows in, and it doesn't matter what we did. It's what anyone would have done.
And the people start taking that, whispering it among themselves, holding it close to their chests as something personal and important to them, being that you guys saved their lives. And there's also a lot of questions about what started the fire, but no one really knows where it could have come from, what really happened.
I heard it was a shaitan. Don't
Yeah.
question it.
The word shaitan starts spreading throughout the crowd. Shaitan, people are spitting it with anger. People are frightened. People are, they're still in our city. I thought they were wiped out. I thought they were all gone. Will the ministry protect us? My home was lost. And like just discontent and anger building toward the shaitan, at least the term shaitan, spreading throughout on everybody's lips. And all you kind of keep an eye out for like the Inquisitor as it had been around before you guys went into the building trying to save people and everything. But if it found Kook, you don't know if it did. But it's not here, as far as you know. As far as you can see.
I can see Inala and Kanari, right?
Yeah,
They're both good?
they probably collected with each other at this point, kind of like staying to the outskirts of the crowd of onlookers and survivors.
I probably stayed in the building far longer than I knew I needed to.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking for people, even though I knew they were probably all out.
By the way, guys, who has flammable items on their person?
I have the thing of oil.
Carale, I would say all the
My
tea
book.
that you have, dead.
My book.
Your book has probably caught fire at some point. And in the chaos, you probably wouldn't have noticed. Kanari?
You couldn't put it out?
I mean, could I hypothetically have
She was
left my
actively
cool
on
outside?
fire because like we were on the opposite side of where the fire was, getting people out.
I mean, could I wouldn't have taken my whole pack of
fire
stuff
would-
with me.
We can say you guys dropped it out.
Like
Yeah.
I'm not dragging people out carrying my warhammer with me. I wouldn't
That's a
have
fair
taken
point.
that with
That's a
me.
fair point.
Like I know my
so you
warhammer's
would've-
not. Like
so
that's just I wouldn't have taken my pack with me.
So you would have left it out in the alleyway, like your
Yeah.
your backpack, basically.
Yeah, I would have
Um,
left like my weapons and my pack out there. I wouldn't have taken it.
Also,
with me.
we knew we were going back to the thing for the night to sleep, so probably like our bedding and stuff. That's most of the stuff I have is bedding and stuff, which I probably would have left at the camp, or what is it called? The guild.
Yeah,
The
the
guild.
guild. I really
Mhm.
would have only taken my. Actually, yeah, like going on the trip, would I really have taken my herbalist kit with me? I mean,
I'm under the impression that you guys are always carrying everything.
We
and
didn't
that's
say
true.
we weren't.
so
that's true. I didn't say
I
I
guess-
was.
I would say you have
Yeah.
everything with you. But
I definitely
I will
wasn't
say,
carrying.
go
the-
ahead and give me an intelligence check to see, because no one said that they dropped their items
Yeah,
outside of the fire
That's
before they
true.
went in. So give me an intelligence check to see if your character would have thought of that before they jumped in. And all the same thing for you. DC 15, because this is a chaotic event.
15 exactly.
Nice.
Oh wait, that's
16.
16.
16, nice. Anala, Kanari, you guys dropped whatever packs you had, and you guys try to locate. Go ahead and give me new perception checks to locate your items within the chaos as you guys drop them just outside the building.
It was a 15.
15.
That's
15 was
you
the
needed.
DC.
Oh,
That's
I
what
thought
you
you said 16.
No, 15. Nice. So dropped your packs, but go ahead and give me a perception check to see if you can locate your items.
21. 22.
19.
Anala,
19.
19.
Can I ask someone to help me find my stuff?
I would say
I will help.
roll me a persuasion check to see if you can find someone willing to help.
I meant like Nala.
Oh, I would say no, because everyone's doing it at the same time.
Okay.
You would have had to say so before you rolled.
Okay. Oh. Well, never mind. We're good. It's a perception. 18.
18. Okay. Everyone finds their packs. They seem to be put together. There's anything, what's it called? A little bit worse for wear. It seems like people have been stomping on your stuff, like people just walking over it as like, crowds pouring out of the building and all that. So anything fragile
I
in your
also
stuff has been broken.
I also would have taken the night silk rope back. Like I wouldn't have left it in the building.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
same. And I'd like to grab my Mombele if that's possible.
So you take Kanari, climbing back up again and everything. The fire's kind of abated. You unlatch the rope and everything, pulling that off. Karhale, same thing. You guys collecting your items and stuff as well as you can. Kanari, mark off the 2 darts that you would have sent at Kook before, and then yeah, so you guys have collected your stuff. Nothing worse for wear, really, beyond anything that's like actually fragile that would have been broken by stomping and stuff like that. So keep that in mind if there's anything in your stuff that would be like that.
I might need a couple new jars.
There you go. Some jars to go. But you guys did well. Kanari, you recollect your sword that seems to be no power up at the moment for the magical flying one, but you can still sense that there's this like magical humming in it, so it's probably not forever damaged or anything.
Okay.
But Kanari, go ahead and roll me a new wisdom check, please.
You know,
I'm not
Wisdom
using
wisdom saving throw.
for just holding this, for having it on me.
More that you had used it multiple times, multiple charges.
you know, when we said we should set something on fire as a way to honor Nemo, I didn't really mean like this.
23.
That's a good point, guys. The fire is definitely reminiscent of Nemo. That's a good point. Actually, with that, like, you guys do, as you guys are kind of standing outside of this, like, burning building that's, like, falling slowly apart, disintegrating, honestly, from the flames, looking at it, and slowly settled, the flames slowly settled by the clerics that are raining water down. But it is very reminiscent of Nemo. And, like, it does occur to all of you guys that you guys really haven't, like, hashed that out yet. Anything about him. Your minds have been, like, on everything but. But he's gone. And he doesn't seem like he's going to come back. Not like the kid. Not like the old man.
How many people died?
I don't know.
She's dead. I'll snap her neck with my bare hands, like Maeve.
Like who?
Like Maeve.
Oh, right. I was like, who's Maeve? But I remembered that weird. Yeah, I got you. Anyway, I can't believe we were so close, and she just ran off like a little scaredy cat. Honestly.
Nala, that Inquisitor thing, do you think... Did it get her? At least... I mean, if I'm not going to get to kill her myself, at least the Ministry can do some good for once and kill her.
I don't know. It was hard to kind of tell. I hope so, though.
Which means they didn't. Or at least, with our luck, they didn't. I need some sleep.
We need some sleep.
Probably a handful of drinks.
I mean,
Just taking hits from my flask.
we fought Kook in a blaze of glory. I feel like, would have appreciated that.
I don't know if I'd call that glory.
Glory to somebody, whether it's her or us. I don't know. He didn't care. He just liked chaos.
People died. And it was not like completely our fault, but I'm starting to feel a lot less and less like we deserve the name of Shadow's End.
People die every day, and whether or not Kook was fastened on us or somebody else, she's crazy enough to end up killing people just because she can. We were just lucky that she killed people we were close enough to try to save a bunch of them.
You know, normally when you try to comfort me, it doesn't work. But that was actually...
That's how you know that I'm running on too little sleep. I'm actually, making sense and giving comfort. It's not a good look for me.
I think it's a great look for you. And I'll offer her I'll nudge her hand with my flask to offer it to her.
Thanks.
There's this moment where you like hold it out, like just waiting for her to take it, and you're like, oh yeah, and you reach forward and like nudge her with it.
And she takes, and she's like, I knew you were handing it to me. I just want to see how long it took you to hold it out. Take this
You know, kind of a prick, Canary, but you make me laugh.
Someone's got to, I guess.
I don't think we're going to be any more help here. So
I think we probably really should get some sleep before, somebody else explodes or another building catches on fire, because that seems to just be happening. If I had a nickel for a time a building exploded randomly, I'd have 2 nickels.
How much property damage?
That happened twice.
How much property damage have we caused as a group in the last 48 hours?
Don't try to think too much about it.
I'm not great with numbers. I was genuinely asking.
And Nala, by the way, the little girl is still in your arms. No one's come to collect her.
Oh no.
I forgot about her. Am I a mother now?
You can see Nala holding this child, like, my mother now. Small muttering.
Are you gonna give that kid back to whoever they belong to?
I have an idea. You can give her an earring and then never talk to her or come back for her. And then die.
That's like on par with you calling, hey, I'm Karhale, or hey, I'm Nemo.
No, that was amazing. Perfectly the same energy. I love it.
It's Kanari's personal brand of
whatever
you call that. I don't know.
I don't think he ever learned that kid's name as a side note.
No, he didn't. Should we maybe find who this cub belongs to?
I've been trying, but so far no luck.
I'm gonna yell at the top of my lungs. Whose kid is this?
Okay. Roll me a charisma check just to see if you can get people's attention during, the time of.
Oh, disadvantage. Oh my word. An 18, which is impressive because my charisma is a +0.
Ah. Okay. You end up catching some people's heads, and they turn and they kind of look at the kid that's being held by Nala. One of them, Kanari, you recognize the voice of the young woman, part of the couple that you saved in the first place, up on top. But she comes over and she goes, "Oh, I recognize her. She's I don't remember her name though. She was from far down the hall on the other side, other wing of the building, but I knew her mother." And she looks around. And she goes over to someone else. She goes, "Have you seen Jansna?" And she goes to someone else. And Jansna? No. Looking around, passing through the crowd, and the name starts kind of going around. But after a couple minutes, it comes back like no one can find her. They don't know where this woman is. She was single, as far as I know. Whoever was her husband, or if she had a husband, walked out on her a long time ago. She had 2 kids, and the eyes kind of fall to the little girl in Anola's arms.
I was afraid of that.
If you'd like, we can take her in for now. My husband and I, we have two. One more is not that crazy. She knows us.
You can't. You're in no situation to take care of a child.
I know, but Rachel wants to keep it.
That's not even on the table.
I know.
I'm not
I'm
sure whether
going
she
to
was in her rooms at the time of the fire. Maybe she had left for an errand or something in the middle of the night. She sometimes leaves them alone, lets her take care of her little brother.
I'm going to take the kid from Anola's arms and hand her to the lady.
I'll also give the lady 10 gold just to help her be able to take care of 20 gold to help her go take care of the kids because I mean they're not she's an extra mouth to feed now and they just lost all their stuff.
I wish I knew her name. And she takes the child, handed it to her from Anola by Karhale. Anola, as the little girl is like kind of pulled from your arms. There's a moment where you like hold on, but then you kind of just let the arms slip through your arms, and you let her go. Pass to this other woman, and she goes, "What happened? Is she okay?" And she kind of like pats at her cheek, wipes the sweaty the hair out of the matted hair out of her face and stuff. There's burns kind of on the side of her face too, like the skin almost like blistering bright.
Was I not able to? Did I not have anything that I was able to put on them?
She was in there for a while.
Your healing isn't magical. It's not going to heal the burns.
Well,
I have magical healing, but I don't
risk it.
I know.
You can't
Yeah.
risk it. I'm going to hand the lady one of my healing draughts for something that I have a burn salve or a burn ball that'll
way back when.
Yeah.
way back when. I'll give that to her with one of my healing draughts.
She takes them. She goes, "How do I administer these?" And you kind of give her a little bit of an explanation of what they are, what they do, how to put them in, how to help the kid with them.
Oh, just kidding. Healing draughts. I'm running kind of low on them, so I'm just gonna give her the burn salve.
Gotcha. So she takes the burn salve from you. You explain it, and there's this moment of like you handing it off to this woman with a little girl with burns that is directly reminiscent, like a punch in the gut of a toll in that moment.
No,
and there's this moment where you see a toll in her arms instead of this little girl who's way too young to be a toll, doesn't even look like a toll at all. But there's this moment where you see a toll right there as you're passing her the burn salve.
That was my first thought when I said that, but thank you for expounding on it.
Saying it out loud for every one of you. It's okay. But Anola, the little girl looks definitively like Alira, your little sister, and part of why you were holding on to her for a moment there, but definitely makes you glad that she's breathing.
Nala, if you really want a kid, you could go get the baby, just carry it around. That would last better than a live kid with us, so I'm just being honest.
Do you see babies or dead babies?
I mean, the last two kids that ran in our circle didn't exactly survive.
No! 2 out of 3? 1 out of 3 ain't bad. Yeely is still alive.
Oh yeah, he's still alive.
As far as we know.
Technically 4.
Wait,
Kanari's
who's the
still
other?
in.
I was going to say, I'm younger than Nemo, so technically I'm still a kid.
You are?
So 1 out of 4. 2 out of 4.
Nemo's like a year older than me. He's just immature. because he was pampered and spoiled growing up.
What do you know? I definitely thought you were more. How old are you again?
16.
He's probably about 17 now.
Well, how long has it been? What month is it? How do you
I'm gonna look at my palm and see how many dots are left.
Oh yeah.
Probably
you
getting close.
you
How
look
many dots
down.
are left?
There's almost 3, but almost 2. Like the third one is presently like halfway to disappearing.
We've been together for almost 4 months.
I guess. What DM? At what point in the year is it? Like, are we like for in
Summer?
summer?
Yeah, it's coming on the end of summer actually. Next month the school year's starting,
Okay.
and Nemo's parents are going to be very confused.
Oh yeah, yeah. They always just celebrated my birthday. Not they really celebrated it, but it was always kind of just like a new year started. I was a year older because I don't really know when my birthday was, so it was just like it was kind of just a way to keep track of, at what point I was. So I don't know.
I was born during the eclipse. Apparently, it's a big deal here. It wasn't a big deal, where I come from. The eclipse, of Taylor's moon wasn't that big of a deal, but it's a big deal here, obviously.
You were predestined to serve Taylor.
I am going.
We're predestined to destroy him.
I'm gonna slap you into next week.
Please do. Then I can be on the other side of all this crap.
Let's go get some sleep.
Right on.
You guys make your way back to the guild, kind of disengaging from people. Although, actually, before you guys get to leave, people do come up to you guys asking about like where they can find you, like where to find Shadow's End, questions like that from multiple different people. Like, what do you guys end up telling? Probably upwards of like 10 people that come to ask.
Well, for right now, we're staying at the.
I mean, we work. No. We work with the Golden Steel. I'm not telling them where we're staying, but we work with the Golden Steel.
So you can leave a message for us there.
Okay, people take that, and there's a lot of smiles and
We're better than them, just so you guys know.
beyond like some people's devastated looks of like, this is my home, and like, what are we gonna do now? And a lot of the refugee kind of crowd now, rather than just the survivors. But you guys make your way back to the prayer ward. Yes.
Just as a side note, I am gonna slip like 10 gold into that older man's pocket.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. And the young guy actually complains to you, and he's like, are you going to take care of this guy? I don't know who he is.
Yeah, well, I don't either, but I'm doing my best, all right?
What am I supposed to do with him? He's old. He's probably going to die in a couple days.
So are you if you don't do something about it. I know where you live.
Well, no, you don't. I don't know where I live now.
That is a good point.
Where are we even supposed to go? Where is he supposed to go? I don't know what to do with this guy. Take him.
Like I said, I'm doing my best, all right? And I'm gonna leave that guy.
And the guy seems like begrudging, but he's like, seems like he might still take care of the guy. Grumpily, but he might. He'll probably do it. So as you guys make your way back,
Actually, yeah, I'll give him like an extra like 5 gold to take him to a
that
cleric.
definitely cleric. And he's like, fine, whatever. And he seems to pocket 2 of the gold.
No, the 5 was for him. The 10 was for the cleric to take care of.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, that does assuage his disappointment or his lack of motivation in this. But you guys make it back to the guild. Crier Ward traveling deep into the night. You guys are like edging on the second point of exhaustion before you guys crash. And when you guys get to the Golden Steel, it's still filled up with people, a lot fuller than you guys have seen it. There seems to be even more people than when you last came. Most of the jobs that people were out on seem to be have finished and returned back to the guild. You guys make your way up to the one room kind of set aside for you guys, closer to where the explosion had happened, so the wall is a little bit cracked, but it is closed. And what's it called? You guys crash in the bed despite the sounds of construction that start to happen at the break of day in the early hours of the morning. You guys sleep right through it, taking your long rest.
Right on.
Yeah, so you guys fought.
How much XP do we
There's
get
a lot of
DM
people.
for saving all those people? Enough to let
Oh yeah, that's true. You guys did save a lot of people.
We level up.
This wasn't necessarily one of the milestones.
No, I get it. I'm mostly joking.
We'll circle back to this. You guys are close though. You guys have done a lot. So
All right. I'm looking forward to
What's
something.
the next thing? Okay, because we had a toll and the auction, and one of those is sooner than the other. I don't know which.
you do have to restart with a tolls thing. So come early afternoon tomorrow morning, the 29th. That's when you guys start up again.
Is what's his face out of his coma thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Morning, not in a coma, but yeah.
Yeah. Morning is over, so he's been free for a couple days now.
Hours are over.
His sad boy hours are over. Yes.
And a toll's gentle repose ends on the 30th, tomorrow, basically.
Okay.
The day after,
and
the day after the afternoon you wake up.
And the auction's still in like 3 days.
Yes, the auction happens on the 2nd of the next month.
Guys, Nemo was our ticket into this auction.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, I remember that.
I did not remember this.
No,
So
I've been remembering that the last 2 sessions.
We're cellaring Anala as a child. Weirdly enough.
I feel like the child thing was like just a random thing. He just wanted her to like look.
I know, but it's funny.
I think that's the word he was trying to go
look
for.
Like impressionable and pliable.
I think
he was
usually magic children seem to be of high value, kind of a thing. I think that's what he was looking for. But I just like making fun of them. Anyway,
it came off in I get where he was going with it, but it came off in a creepy pedo way.
Came off in a Sam Regal. I'd like to look for a young boy.
Can I get a young boy?
And then Travis as well. I'd like to look for a young boy. And Sam's like, no, you cannot say this and get away with it. I said it and everyone hates me. So funny.
When we get up in the morning, or Kanari is just tapped awake by Karhale.
Yes.
And you get like the very, very faint scent of blood on the air.
What the crap did you do?
And she'll bring your hand up to the side of her head, and you can feel she's been trying to cut the hair on the side. I can't get it clean, and I keep nicking myself. And you do it a lot, so I figure.
Why are you cutting your hair? You have like actual nice hair, from what I feel. Anyway,
it's part of my people's way of mourning.
You want me to shave all of it or specifics? Like I want to know what I'm doing here.
Just, and she'll let you feel just the sides.
Okay, and Kanari will do a bang up job because she's used to shaving her head, I suppose.
I mean, she's used to shaving her own head, which doesn't take exactness because you're just shaving it all off. This takes a little bit of skill. So go ahead, dexterity check, Kanari.
For Holly pin up the part she does it, like
Yeah, I'll pull. Well, it's still she'll braid back the part.
Dexterity check with advantage because Karhali is helping you do what she wants.
Can I help maybe guide Kanari?
20.
Oh, never mind.
You give her a badass undercut.
You get like an undercut and get those little swirls in it. Just kidding.
All right, sweet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love it.
So yeah,
You do
instead of the 2 braids she's been rocking, it's back to the one, kind of like.
Hey guys, maybe
Hey.
when all this is over, I can retire and be a barber. No, I'm just kidding. You just have one.
What do you do in your 5 years between game campaign or like the 1 year break or whatever? Oh yeah, I can be a barber
Yeah.
for a year and a half. I'm great with knives now.
Since we don't, I'm assuming this is after we all wake up. Since I don't really know Kellen customs, would it be okay if we did just what we do for my people? I mean, I guess it's close enough to Kellen, right?
I mean, sure. I don't know. I mean,
I need to do something.
that's fine. I'm not gonna stop you. I
So do what you
don't
think is
know.
best.
Okay.
The only barrel witches I've seen are ones that were done for monks in honor of Taylor, which I don't think people will appreciate. So we'll go with yours.
No, I think with how weirdly obsessed he was with meeting my mom, I think we can do a little bit Ati, a little bit Goliath.
He had mommy issues.
Is that why?
I mean, we'll just say it's not.
So all
Yeah, for
this might be like a hot minute, but I want to take him out of the city.
Oh boy.
Okay. So you guys follow after Karhale, taking you guys outside of the city. It's hot in the middle of the day, but
we can't get
it does
all
seem
of them.
like there's clouds gathering. There might be coming up on a new storm, maybe a high storm about to hit the city, but you guys take them out to where it's a little bit overcast, a little bit cooler today, a little bit gloomier. What did you say, Kanari?
I said we just have ashes, not a body, so we can't get rid of all of them.
I know. I'm not. This is just. I mean, it is Goliath tradition to burn the body, so their chindi doesn't haunt the area they died. But I mean, it kind of.
It's like pre-burned bodies. It's like it's like a service already done for you, so makes it easy. Pre-cooked food.
Thanks, Nemo.
Yeah.
So she digs just like a small hole in the sand and takes a thick coil of what for Anala looks like black hair in it.
Mm-hmm.
And Kanari would probably figure out it's hers that she just cut. And I'll sit cross-legged in front of the little setup and take motion for you guys to like sit with me. I'll take the necklace and the ring that Inala had of his and just put them on either side. She'll pull a flask out and pour it into one of Kanari's teacups and take a sip and pass it around and have everyone do the same.
Wait, what's the tea made out of?
No, it's just liquor in a teacup.
Okay. I thought you were gonna like put something weird, like his ashes in there and have us drink it.
No. No,
It's part of our customs, You have to honor every part of their body.
Yeah.
Karhale, why am I standing on my head for so long? Counting to 25. It's part of our customs. Don't worry about it.
I probably could get away with that, Come on, this is sad, guys. This is really sad.
All right, so
You guys take the little teacup and you drink it. It burns a little bit, but not that bad.
And she'll pour the rest out onto the fire. And
You hear that as it burns and flames.
After a minute, you kind of hear her laugh to herself and pull out her pipe, and I'll fill it and light it. Take a couple of drags from it and pass it to Inala, and then take it from her, pass it to Kanari. Provided they both like took a drag from the pipe.
What is this, Shia?
It's just Shia.
Kanari won't do it. It's too. I mean, should we, like, no. If I take like the lightest little puff, just like not like
that's acceptable.
Anything.
Yeah, it won't affect you if it's just a tiny bit. Like,
That's fine.
Just for the sake of the ceremony.
It's ceremonial. It's not like actually smoking it. And
though Karhali is actually smoking
yes,
it, as she is very much eating it today.
Yeah, I'll take a couple extra drags and then tap the rest out onto the fire.
Kanari gets out the music box that she has that plays the Weave song, and she winds it up and like just lets it play because the magic was so important to him, and she thinks that would, make him happy a little bit.
I'll get my flute and try to match the
And the wind is blowing around you guys, the sand kind of brushing at your ankles. It's cooler, it's not as hot as it normally is, but the flames in front of you is giving some of that heat that's lost in the surrounding weather.
I just leave it in silence for a couple minutes, watching the fire burn.
You gotta make a speech for Hale. You're good at those. Or Nala, honestly.
No, I've been thinking. God, he really hated me.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think he hated you.
No, it's
You're probably his favorite, honestly.
I mean, there's a certain amount of respect and honesty in that, and I didn't get that from a lot of people. A lot of people just pretended to like me for the sake of, who I am.
Who does that? Sorry.
You particularly
rude, I think. That was I just meant pretending to like you, or
I don't know if you particularly remember this, but the tribe I grew up in, I'm kind of a big deal. I'm not like bragging or anything, but
that's right. No, that's true. You're right, actually.
I'm the daughter of the chieftain of the biggest and most powerful tribe in Talai.
No, that's fair. That's valid.
And
I forgot.
The Ieska daughter of a chieftain. It's a common word. It's half-breed.
And that makes you more valuable, not less?
Depends who you're talking to.
Fair enough.
But he never saw any of that. He just saw me. And he's a bit like me, I think. In ways. Our pain and loss made us both unkind, I think. Since he left us, I've been thinking about those short, silent moments. One of us let our guard down with the other.
Mostly sharing a pipe now that I think about it. I told him he had the chance to become something truly extraordinary. I was wrong. He was already extraordinary, but it wasn't his power that made him so. He probably thought no one would miss him when this inevitably happened. At least I get to tell him he's wrong one more time.
Yeah. He was an asshole, but he's our asshole, so, I don't know.
That letter I gave him. I gave him his earned name. Nagorhatia. It's duskbound. It's a word my people say of those that run towards their end. I wish he could have proved me wrong.
Well, wherever his soul is, I hope he's able to annoy the absolute crap out of them. And I hope there's a non-destructive way for him to enjoy. I hope he just feels powerful enough in himself that he doesn't need to look for more power.
I hope he gets to see his friend again.
Hope his friend gives him as much grief as he gave us.
Well, to Nemo, for seeing us as we were, hating us as we were, but giving a shit about us anyways.
Nemo, for giving me someone to make fun of.
It burns as it goes down. And the burn is dull.
I'll look over to Nala. You got anything? I mean, I know you didn't know him that long, and he is a prick, and it takes a while to grow on you. He might not have had the time.
Kind of like, I don't know, a fungi or something. Takes a while. Once it's there, it's like, yeah, this is kind of cool.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know him as well as the rest of you.
No, you know him about the same as we did.
I guess that is true. He didn't talk much about his past. Well, in the time I did have with him, I guess it was interesting. Most of the time, I found him obnoxious and idiotic and pretty selfish. But the more time I did spend with him, as short as it was, the more I could see the better parts of him, I guess. He had his own twisted way of things, which you all know that, but I could see the good in his heart sometimes when it was there, on those rare occasions. But Unfortunately, he didn't deserve this. I wish I knew he was cared for. You know, that seemed to be a hard concept for him to understand for whatever reason. I guess we'll never know. And I wish he would let us help him. But I just hope he's at peace now. And on the days that are more silent than others, he will be missed a little bit louder.
You know, I think it's fitting, and I think Nemo would appreciate that even in his death, we're kind of having a roast session. Put to fire. I mean, I don't know. I think that he might like that.
From the earth we are born, and to the earth we return. May spirit be guided by the Vordir, and find rest in Valoro, in the halls of Volvangir.
There's this moment as Karhale is saying these ritualistic words where the shadows almost waver around her. And the shadow of her shadow cast by the light that's pretty overcast, and the shadow's not very strong, but it's there. And you can see that like the blurry shadow almost shifts into a form that has antlers and then shifts into a form that's just larger, grislier than she is. Shifting back to just Karhale again. But there's this wave of warmth on the breeze that blows, and the fire itself grows until it settles down, flickering into embers and sand. What's it?
I'm gonna take just a little bit of those ashes that I saved and cast them out onto the sand. And I want to druid craft some tiger lilies on the ground.
Mm-hmm. They bloom very very brightly colored, very dainty, soft for a desert location like this. But they stay. They live.
And I'll get up and turn to both of you.
I'm grateful our threads crossed with his, however briefly. I'm grateful my thread got tangled in with both of yours. And I know you didn't particularly care about this. Thank you.
It was good.
The sun sets. Not sets. It's coming on the evening now, actually. But it's getting on its way down. The moment where there is this feeling like it's later than it is because the sun is like even more overcast. The clouds seem to be filling up the sky at a heavy rate. It's graying out, darkening. Seems like there's a storm brewing. But it might be a bit until it hits. And you guys are pretty close to the city. It's not worrisome or anything.
Yeah.
On the way back, I'm just passing the flask between the group. I've got multiple flasks.
Nice. I was gonna say right before, as everyone was starting to walk back towards the city, Kanari would have leaned over to like little grave site and be like, "Tell Taylor he's a cunt," and then walks away.
Nice. Blasphemy! I love it. You guys make your way back into the city, and with that, to your new chapter. So, we'll take up from there.
It's a good place to end.
Mm-hmm.
We finally actually dealt with it, guys. Like 3 sessions.
Yeah.
I know. Well, there was
Good
no
job,
way
good
we
job.
would have haven't been able
I'm
to
glad
do
this
it
wasn't like
after,
another
like, the
It's All
first one.
situation where we don't end up having a funeral because we're deluded that we're gonna bring him back.
Yeah.
We're
I
still
feel
well
like
deluded. We think we'll bring it back eventually.
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
think
like
it's more like an end game thing where we eventually
Yeah.
get
Yeah.
to bring him back.
It feels like I was
Once
gonna
we
say a
become
specific thing.
powerful enough and make powerful enough friends, we might
Wait, you're
eventually.
Raiden?
Like I can totally picture like end game, like you guys are heroes of Mesona, like you guys are like up there, super powerful, level 20s or something, and like there's this moment where it's like, this is it, guys, we're gonna do it, we're gonna bring back this best friend, and you're like Nemo's now this like hindsight's like golden view nostalgia of like the guy, right? And you guys bring him back and it succeeds, and then he's like, oh, I hate all of you. You guys are gross. Why'd you bring me back?
Honestly, I think that's the ending Nemo deserves, is to be brought back like that.
Yeah. I love it. And then he's just super pissed that you guys are all super powerful now and he's still weak.
That's
Not
funny,
that that's any different from the reality that he left, but
That's hilarious, honestly.
Do you want to end the live, ma'am?
oh yeah.
Goodbye, everybody who doesn't watch this.
Bye. Future us.